Okay, Chair Schmid, you may begin.
Okay. Welcome to the May 24th, 2021 Zoning Code Update Study Session for the CMU and BRMU districts. I believe that we have a presentation from staff.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will make a brief presentation and then open it up for questions. Let me just share on the screen here. All right. So thank you all for joining us during the study session here this evening. Several areas in Burlingame provide opportunities for a mixture of residential and commercial development to create vibrant activity nodes, dynamic commercial corridors, and housing opportunities for all income levels. The purpose of this study session is to review the draft California Mixed Use, or CMU, and the Broadway Mixed Use, or BRMU, district regulations. Please note that although this chapter includes land use regulations and development standards for the RRMU and also the MBMU districts, the focus of this study session discussion should be limited to the CMU and BRMU districts. The RRMU and MBMU regulations were approved earlier as interim standards in conjunction with the general plan, but we could revisit those later if changes are desired. In your packet, we also provided you with a draft of the land use definitions for reference when reviewing the land use tables. We would ask that you keep those readily available for this discussion or future discussions of land use tables. So in your discussion, there are two things that staff wanted specifically your input on, amongst the other things you'll be discussing. The first is in the CMU and BRMU districts, office uses are permitted by right on upper stories and with a conditional use permit on the ground floor. And our question would be to you is, should they also be allowed as permitted uses rather than a conditional use on the ground floor? The other thing we wanted you to take a look at was, should there be specific side setback requirements in the CMU and BRMU districts? The way we have it in the code now is that it would be based on the design review process, and you would be looking at on-site specific circumstances and adjacent land uses. But should we have in the code some specific side setback requirements in these two zoning districts? What's on the screen before you here is the CMU district, which essentially is along California Drive on the west side, running from Oak Grove Avenue to the south all the way to Juanita Avenue to the north. And just to refresh your memory here, the Broadway Mixed Use District runs basically along Broadway, extending to some of the side streets between California Drive and El Camino Real. So that concludes my presentation. I think right now we can open it up to comments. And before you go into discussion, we could also open it up to the public to see if they have any comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Team, are there any questions right now? Okay, everybody's raising their hand. I can see that. Or not. Oh, there we go. But so Vice Chair Loftus.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that I heard what I think I heard, that you're asking Ruben whether or not we think there should be office permitted at the ground floor in both of these districts. Is that right? That's one of the two questions you're particularly interested in. Right. And the other one is side setback in both these districts or just California?
We would want you to look at both districts.
Okay.
And going back to the office uses, so they are allowed by right on the upper stories. And currently, as proposed, it would be a conditional use permit on the ground floor. The question is, do we want to consider making them permitted uses on the ground floor just to activate some more activity along Broadway? So that's kind of the question, just a little bit of clarification on the ground floor office uses.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Say?
I have a number of questions, but following on this particular item. So if an applicant has their own bit of a mixed use on the ground floor, let's say partial retail, partial office for whatever reason, how would, let's see, so you're asking if the offices should be a permitted application. So if that were to remain a CUP, then would an applicant then apply for the retail part of the business as a permit and then the office component as a CUP? And how would that kind of mixed scenario work?
Sure. Well, I think if the business had both components needed to make that business work, they would bring the whole application together forward to you as a conditional use permit. Of course, the retail, if they said, okay, no, we can do the retail on its own, that would obviously be a permitted use because that's what's allowed on the ground floor. But if they need the office component to make that business work, it would be brought forward to you as a conditional use permit. Now, there is a difference. I would say that, any retail use does have some sort of perhaps small office for the manager or for, employee breakout room. I mean, that's part of retail. That doesn't entail office. So that in itself would not require a conditional use permit.
Right. Okay. I would have that understanding. And then if we were to decide to let either of these zones have a permitted office use on the ground floor, then theoretically any applicant could apply for an office space, and over time we could see more and more office space instead of retail space occurring at the street level in these two zones. Then
yeah, that certainly is a
outside.
that certainly is a possibility. We'd also have to look at our parking requirements because if you're intensifying from, let's say, a current retail establishment to an office use, that would trigger additional parking that would be required. So, you could look at the intensity of the use of the office use proposed, because every office use is not going to be the same. So some may be more intense than others, but we'd have to also review the parking requirement for the office use. And they'd either have to provide parking on site or apply for a parking variance in those situations.
In bringing this question to us, is it your experience that you're seeing more applications for a desire for office space on the ground floor in these two zones?
Not necessarily recently. I can't recall. I mean, in the past, there has been a desire from property owners to be able to open up their tenant spaces to allow office uses, given that it's sometimes tough to fill these spaces with retail uses. So, that's been a thought that has come up, is to look at the different types of uses that could be allowed downtown and make it a little easier to get those approved over time.
Right. When you say that, is it because of the CUP is more of a deterrent for one to apply?
Right. In our
Just a
experience,
hurdle.
once they hear the CUP, the owners, it's somewhat of an obstacle because of the timing, not so much of the filing fees, but of the timing that it takes and the uncertainty of a conditional use permit being approved.
Okay, so I have a few other questions. Under educational services, defined as schools, primary and secondary, does that include preschool naturally too?
That would include preschools, yes.
Okay, and then what is accessory use? I don't know if I missed it somewhere. I couldn't find what that meant specifically as one of the types of.
Let's see, do you know?
So when we have these codes at the top of the table 25.14-1, P for permitted, CUP for conditional use permit, and then further down the line, there's A, which is accessory use.
Mm-hmm.
What does that refer to?
Right. Laura, maybe perhaps, I think there are uses that may not be listed as a permitted use, but they are required as part of the business. Trying to think of,
I think the office thing that you just mentioned, Ruben, could serve as an accessory use. It's something that's clearly incidental but related to the primary use.
Okay,
It's a judgment call sometimes, commissioners say, but there are a few accessory uses listed in the table, but they're seen as I said, secondary but complementary.
okay, yeah, like for food preparation, for example, in the BRMU zone is A, noted as A. I was trying to understand how that applied. It's like food preparation, catering. There weren't that many, and then vehicle rental under the CMU zone is also accessory use.
right. So vehicle rental could be, if you have a vehicle rental desk as part of a hotel, for example, a hotel use, you might have a vehicle rental desk inside the hotel. Another accessory use could be, for example, if you have, and we've had this in the past, where you might have a retail business that sells, cooking utensils and cooking appliances, and they might want to offer classes as part of
I see.
use. That could be like an accessory use to that permitted use.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And then I couldn't find in the definitions what a publicly owned and operated drainage facility and improvement is, which is allowed, permitted in the CMU zone, but I didn't know what that is.
Yeah, so those, and we can look at our definitions to make sure those are clearly outlined. Those could be, for example, along California Drive, you might have drainage channels, pump stations. Typically, they're city-owned facilities that are required to, with regards to drainage or water or electrical services, that sort of thing.
Okay. And then I wanted to talk about, maybe this is one of your subjects later, about edge conditions, which is going to the setback dimensions. Is that a separate subject we can talk about later?
Yeah, we can talk about that under discussions. The idea there is to look at, right now in the code, there's edge conditions with regards to rear setbacks, and it defines some clearly laid out dimensions. Part of your discussion we would ask is that you look at, should we have those specific requirements for edge conditions or side setback requirements, for example, if you're next to another existing residential use, for example, should that building be pulled in further on the first, second, or upper stories? Could be under your discussion later.
Okay, great, thanks. Those are my questions.
Okay. Vice Chair Loftus, you want to back in?
I do. I'm sorry. I should have asked my question the first time. I marked this because it was so unusual. Let's say that. Under California Drive mixed use, the last sentence in paragraph B, creativity and design, colors, materials, roof features is encouraged. And that can be a positive thing, but it also makes me shudder a little bit. Because you say that to designers and sometimes, they think that anything goes. What's the design? We don't have design guidelines for this corridor. Do we? We have commercial design review. How do we approach that? This feels like a can of worms that I'm not sure we really want to open, but you'll find out later. I'm struggling with guidelines, etc.
Right. Perhaps Laura, maybe you can talk a little about the objective design standards and
Sure.
what we're thinking there.
Vice Chair Loftus, I apologize. I've got things going on in my background, so I don't have my camera on. Two things. First of all, if there is a use that is 100% residential or a mixed use with at least 2/3 residential, there is a new state law that addresses something called objective design standards, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. I don't think this evening. that we are going to have to include in the code. And so we would change this language that you're referring to apply only to commercial uses, because we're going to have criteria for residential and mixed use. Now, the intent of having creative design for commercial was that, for lack of a better term, this is a funky corridor, kind of a fun, nice, funky corridor. And the thought was, and this is pulling from general plan policy, is to encourage something that's probably a little bit different than the ordinary. It's not downtown. It's not Broadway. It's a place to do something a little more creative. And you're right, there aren't any guidelines that dictate what this means. And so it would really be up to the Planning Commission, if something were to come before you, to apply those terms.
The reason this makes me uneasy is because it feels like we'll be rendering subjective judgment, and it, you know, without any guidelines at all, without any standards, without any direction other than, yeah, have fun. We get into this really awkward situation where I don't like it, I like it, she likes it, he doesn't like it. And, you know, I'm already struggling, frankly, with our guidelines. And as I said, well, I'm going to fess up to that later on. You know, we're asked to make compatibility assessments. And I'm losing touch with what compatibility even means anymore. So this really makes me, I got to admit, it makes me really nervous. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. I had a couple. I was actually curious as to why we actually have the food preparation catering as an accessory on the Broadway mixed use versus the others. It seems to me almost all of our restaurants on Broadway are probably catering now.
The idea
So I'm
behind
not
that,
sure that there's a reason
sure.
to call that one out.
Yeah, well, when staff was looking at this, we have had some inquiries of taking existing tenant spaces along Broadway and basically converting them to a catering only, more warehousey type food prep area. And we felt that wasn't the direction that we wanted Broadway or any really downtown commercial area to go into. So I think why it's an accessory use is because, yes, many of the food establishments now offer that service, you know, in most restaurants. So again, we didn't want to allow that as a primary use, but more as an accessory to a restaurant that's permitted downtown.
Mm-hmm. It may be, and maybe that's where that definition maybe needs to get a little bit more clear, because I actually have a client that does that. And yes, theirs would not actually activate part of Broadway. It would take away because they're not in a hurry to have customers in the same way. So, so that could use just some maybe clarification in the definition as to why that might want to be something. And really some of these came out of other people saying something. The publicly owned and operated drainage facilities and improvements on the California Drive one, it would seem to me all of that would be on the train track side, not on the side that's actually colored.
Yeah, let's have staff look at that and see what we have in our notes, where we were going after that, or what we wanted to make sure got included in there. If it's not applicable, then we would certainly put that type of use.
And that's kind of why I'm being ticky-tacky with that, is that I'm more of a please put in less unless you know you don't want something.
Right.
Sometimes we put in too many things and then it prevents us from being creative downstream when we have a slightly off use. And you know, that catering one is one that's actually a relatively new use, because there's actually several other examples where people are actually inviting people in to cook with them And it is becoming more of an experience in a retail, not just a catering.
Mhm.
And so we would maybe potentially put off somebody by saying no catering. So I think we can always be approaching that some of those maybe need a minor conditional
Minor
use
use.
or a minor discussion versus a no, now you got to fight me on a conditional use permit, which was then something they won't do.
Is that something you'd be interested in allowing, let's say as a minor use permit or minor conditional use permit, just straight catering? Like no, not open to the public? Or would you want to see some sort of component that requires it to be open to the public?
I actually, for me personally, I think if you're probably in either one of these, I would want it to be a retail facing, some form of it.
Mhm.
The other business that's starting to take off is fulfillment centers, where people are storing things and fulfilling your order, but you're not walking into their store at all. Those two, although they provide a great convenience to the community, they don't necessarily provide a value add on a retail street that's trying to be activated. So there again, unless they were going to do a retail facing component of that and still be a fulfillment center, okay. And that's just like our restaurants being a partial restaurant, but also a catering and fulfillment business.
Mhm.
So there's some language right there that is evolving,
Mhm.
in the business now, because we're doing both of those kinds of things.
Okay.
And they're definitely challenging when you're facing these zoning codes on, can I do this or not?
Right. But my sense is that things like the catering fulfillment center, you would not want that to be the primary use on the site.
And and so then the question is, how do you then quantify what is retail facing and what do you have to provide?
Yeah.
I think that was kind of it on that. I have probably some more comments downstream, so I will step out here and Commissioner Larios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Huron. This has been a great presentation. I'm really excited about activating this area. I think that, medium density residential development is very much needed. And this corridor here provides a great opportunity for the city to provide more housing opportunities, especially for districts that have higher density housing combined with commercial uses. So I really like what I'm seeing. And something that you said earlier about intensity, I just kind of want to hone in on that and ask you, in your opinion, in your professional opinion, do these changes represent more of a increase in intensity or an increase in density, or kind of a mix of both?
Yeah, I would probably say a mix of both. I mean, when we're looking at the uses, for example, the example that was used earlier about going from retail to office, it depends on the type of business, but that certainly could increase the intensity. With office uses, for example, people visiting the site might stay longer at that site, whereas retail, you have a higher turnover. You might have the same or more amount of people, but the turnover is there, which is, what's good for downtown. And then, of course, with the higher density along California and also Broadway, that's going to be, more dense. Now we are close to the Caltrain station and bus lines, so we can certainly look at a reduced parking ratio for those uses to try to incentivize, some additional housing units downtown, given their proximity to transit. So a little mixture of both, I would say.
Great. And just to follow up on that, and also not only to create more housing opportunities, like you mentioned, but I think also to make it more make our city more walkable, right? We're really close to this transit corridor here, and I think a lot of folks really like biking and walking And I think it's a great opportunity to, I'll just comment that it's a great opportunity to also kind of create last mile incentives for folks to take public transportation.
Right. Well, that's, I think, what, the general plan update envisioned, and now we're trying to implement that through the zoning code update. So this is why we're going through this exercise, and hopefully get something implemented in these two districts.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Commissioner Say.
Sorry, I'm back.
No
I'm
worries.
trying to look for some kind of parities in between these two zones and why we would why we would allow certain things and not others. And going with your example earlier, Ruben, about the accessory use of, let's say, a rental car kiosk at a hotel or something, serving as an accessory use. Both of these zones, we are permitting hotels. And so if that was to be an accessory use at a hotel, like a Avis rental car has a little kiosk or something, would it be fair then to allow an accessory use of that, of vehicle rentals in the BRMU zone?
Yeah, these two are very similar. I
Mhm.
think that's, one of the reasons why they're grouped here together in mixed use districts. So certainly we can look at that and pair those two together. They are, as you go down the land use, table, you do see a lot of similarities there in terms of permitted uses and conditional use permits. So certainly we can add the accessory use to both of those.
And is there a reason we wouldn't allow a theater in the CMU zone, but we do in the Broadway zone? Is there something about parking maybe, or?
Yeah, I think that was one of the considerations, was parking, and also, access.
Pedestrian flow.
The lots are they're fairly small on Broadway. So you'd have to look at combining several lots to try to make a theater work.
Well, this is the CMU zone that it's not allowed, but it's allowed in the Broadway zone.
Oh, sorry.
That's where it kind of confused me. But I could
Yeah.
imagine that maybe, pedestrian flow might be difficult on such a wide street.
Yeah, pedestrian flow, and also because a lot of CMU backs up to R1 and R2.
Mhm.
So it was just that relationship between that use and the really low density uses behind it along the side streets behind California Drive, I think, is one of the reasons why we thought perhaps it might not be a good fit for that strip here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any others before I open up to public? Okay, let's see if we have any hands up. Oh, okay, now would be a great time if you're one of the members of the public to raise your hand if you'd like to speak. I had one, now that person's taken their hand down.
No, she's here. We promoted her to panel.
Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, so she can actually speak. Okay.
Yep.
Hi, Jennifer, it's your turn. Jennifer?
You might still be muted.
I'm so sorry. I should know this by now. Sorry about that. So now it's just, we're starting with comments. Oh no, questions, right? You want me to state a questions? I was wondering, is any part of this going to involve looking more closely at any of the more interesting structures in there that potentially are significant? A lot has been remodeled on Broadway and also in California Drive, but there are a few little gems in there, and a little concerned that I know that there will be a lot of development here. I mean, that's the idea, and upgrades. And so just want to make sure that somebody licensed looks at those, who can study and fairly assess the area, those areas. The first question. Do I wait for an answer? Because I have more questions.
I think you just go through your questions.
Just keep
and
on going.
we'll-
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
we'll let-
I'll keep
let
on
us handle
going.
them.
All right. Let's see here. Oh, yes. Then I had one regarding there are a couple of parcels just up on the corners at El Camino and Broadway. I am pretty sure during the during the general plan discussions, we were talking about offering those corners as potentially being just, I shouldn't say corners, the ones that front El Camino, as just residential properties top to bottom, not necessarily forcing people to do retail on there. And I don't know, I do remember this conversation. I don't know if it was resolved, but I did want to bring that up again, simply because it's El Camino is mainly, it is residential. So it just seemed like, does the entire street need to have retail all the way up to that corner? And finally, yeah, I guess it's this density bonus idea, and this is to the new commissioner's point or question, I guess. If we are doing density bonuses in I guess in all areas, doesn't that mean that these could potentially, these buildings have a fourth floor, or fourth or fifth? I don't even know how many. I think we've said there's a total of 3. So these could be 4 stories, I'm assuming, right? So those are basically my most important questions. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
We'll double check to see if there's any other people in the public that wish to speak right now. If you do, now would be a good time to raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna close the public part of that. And Ruben, do we want to address some of Jennifer's questions now? Do we have answers?
Let's see. Looking at specifically at buildings in the Broadway commercial area, I guess for historical significance, I would perhaps refer to Kevin. Do you know if we have any direction on that? I don't know that it's not in a historical district. We don't have one designated for this area, but I don't know how we approach that, if we would have to create a historical district first or ask for historic resource evaluations as these projects come forward.
Yeah, the California Environmental Quality Act would require us to consider potential historic resources in reviewing any discretionary project, and discretionary projects are the ones that are subject to design review and would come to the Planning Commission. So one of the boxes you have to check is this a historic resource? If you don't know, then you need to have an evaluation. In downtown, there already was a survey, so downtown is a little different. We've had the benefit of that survey and have not had to kind of go past that that first test in looking at a new project. But the rest of the city, conceivably, wherever there may be evidence or an expectation that a building is a historic resource, we would need to follow up on that and see whether it is or is not qualifying.
Great, thank you. With regard to density bonus, that is state law. I mean, one could apply for density bonus for additional units. The BRMU development standards does allow the height to increase up to 46 feet with the special permit, which could allow somebody to go up to 4 stories. But I suppose with the density bonus, they could ask for a waiver to the standards to allow to go higher than that. So that's sort of a possibility. And looking at the parcels that are on the corners of El Camino and Broadway, the Broadway commercial district C1 zoning does extend to El Camino. So that's why the existing gas station and the bank are allowed or are commercial uses. I suppose that one thing the commission could consider is to allow, and actually I think it does allow for multifamily residential only. I can double check that on Broadway, but I don't know that without changing the zoning that we could say that a commercial use would not be allowed on the ground floor. But certainly that's up to your discussion. If you really wanted to see multifamily only on the ground floor along El Camino, that's something that you could comment on and we can consider taking forward.
Let me chime in too, Ruben, that another option would be, so currently the table mentions that multi-unit dwellings are not permitted on the ground floor on Broadway or California Drive. If there was a desire to allow but not require, that would be another option. So maybe they could allow, they may want to do retail on the ground floor or they may not want to. So that could be another option for that table to kind of have that toggle.
I think it would be a shame to overregulate that corner because then you would prevent potentially different options to happen. I think if you leave it more gray, the next person who either says they don't want the bank and they want something else might come up with a different option.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as we have that opportunity to review, we can then help guide the best use of those corners. Because you could say that I'm going to face onto California, onto El Camino Real and not face onto Broadway at all. But at the same time, it would be kind of a shame because those corners do have some prominence and some use. Okay.
This is Laura Stetson. Either Kevin or Ruben, we might want to go back and look and see what the general plan policy is with respect to that corner, not just the land use policy, but I remember through our discussions with the committee, we talked a lot about corner treatments. And so I would want to go back and look to see what direction was provided.
Makes sense.
Okay.
So can we then move to the discussion of office permitted on ground floor? I've been thinking about this and would probably side on the side of not doing it as permitted, but continue to want it to be as a conditional use, because I think that the office use on the ground floor has the effect of less intensity for our uses on those areas. And I think it's perfectly fine that we've got it up above. But I think that I'd hate to see a whole block of office on the ground floor that then totally changes the dynamic of one of those use areas. And once we do it, we can't take it back. I believe Vice Chair Loftus had his hand up first.
Yeah, I thank you, Chair Smith. I agree with Chair Smith on the office on the ground floor. I think that it better remains a conditional use than a permitted use because it might preempt retail, which is what we'd actually prefer, but it gives us the opportunity to be flexible as conditions require. And while I'm talking, I'll just voice a comment about side setbacks. I have hard time imagining side setbacks on Broadway. I mean, it's a zero lot line urban condition. And so to have side setbacks there, I think would be wrong because it would significantly alter the character of the experience there. It does make sense. I could see side setbacks allowed on California along that stretch, except perhaps where it adjoined Broadway, where you'd like to see it probably zero lot line. So that's just my take on the maintaining the character of those pieces of property.
Sorry, Commissioner Say?
Yes, I agree with Chair Schmidt and Vice Chair Loftus about the allowance of or non of office space, office rentals on the ground floor in these zones. But I had a question though. Are we allowed to limit a few, or kind of a first come first serve type thing? I thought we had talked about that recently in some other zone, and just curious if that's something that's allowed to kind of manage the amount of applications for office use, for example, in this area.
Well, we've done something similar with the cannabis retail where we limited it to a certain number of applications. Then in some areas we limit the square footage of a particular use, but I don't know about the number if we would want to consider that for office. I don't know if Laura or Kevin, if you had any thoughts on that in terms of limiting the number of applications.
Yeah, it's hard to do. I'll just put it at that, Ruben. For cannabis, it's different because it's probably something that might be citywide, but here, I think it would probably be difficult for staff to monitor over time. And the point that folks are bringing up with regard to activating that ground floor is really what the proposed regulations are all about. And if you were trying to limit the office, maybe it gets grouped in a particular area or spread out, but it's just hard over time to monitor that.
Yeah, thanks for the input. I was just curious, but I do agree the activation is more important of the pedestrian level. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Larios?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You beat me to it, Commissioner Say and Laura. Yeah, I think we should stick to permitted use on ground floors because that will activate, all the different kind of uses that we can come up with or that people apply for in this area. And I think it's up to us to facilitate and help streamline that process rather than create barriers. So I for one, will definitely recommend to all of you, my fellow commissioners, to think about allowing permitted use on ground floors. Thank you.
Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, I just want to agree with the point of keeping the retail activity the main focus on the retail on the ground level. We have already a lot of office space that we've approved that's coming in over on the Burlingame Avenue, the post office, and in other parts of the city. So I think that there's going to be plenty of office space to choose from. And I also don't think that this is a very strange economic time for everyone. So I don't think we should have a knee-jerk reaction to something that hopefully gets back to normal in the real soon. So I think that we can go along with the conditional use permits, but on a case-by-case basis. But overall, I really think that we should just stick with the retail on the ground level on all of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, as I stated earlier, I agree with that. I think that a conditional use permit is fine, but I think permitted use opens it up too much and it defeats the purpose of our retail zone. The other, I think Commissioner or Vice Chair Loftus kind of also hit on the side setbacks. I was going to say, to me, in the California district, that if you already had an existing residential neighbor, I would hate to then say, let's go zero lot line and 4 stories, and that happens to be my little house. And yet that was the original use of that land. So I think that we need to have some language that creates some sensitivity. But now if you're butting up to adjoining retail or mixed use or multifamily, okay, fine. Not a lot of harm there in allowing for a zero setback. So I think we need to protect some unconventional uses there for a little bit longer until they naturally take their course of action.
Yeah, and in our development standards right now, we do talk about edge conditions. So if you're adjacent to existing residential uses, it would be a 10-foot minimum setback on the ground floor and 15 feet on the second or third stories, or we would probably say upper stories. So, is that something that makes sense on if you're adjacent to existing residential uses? I know that Vice Chair Loftus mentioned if you're abutting a use or a property on Broadway, you'd want to look at that a little bit differently. But further down in the CMU, does 10 foot on the ground floor, 15 feet on the upper floors make sense, or is that much? Or something less?
Is there any reason, Ruben, we couldn't use the same residential declining height setbacks that we already have in place? Because it would seem to me that I can build closer on my lot in Easton Addition than what you just suggested I could build next to somebody on California.
Right. Yeah, that's certainly something we can consider with declining height envelope on a flat lot. Usually the second or the upper floors are set back in somewhere around 7 to 8 feet, just to give a perspective. I think part of perhaps 10 to 15 feet was proposed for consideration was that obviously it's going to be a larger mass building than a single family home, for example. So perhaps because it's a larger building, maybe the additional setback requirement might be more appropriate here.
But I also think then the fact that you've got FAR and lot coverage in there too, that is going to start to play in how you solve that problem.
That's true. And we've also got the rear setback requirements as well, if you're abutting R1 and R2 at the back.
And if it was truly going to be something 4 or 5 stories taller than the residential house next to it, they're actually probably going to need some services and a place to put the trash. So they're actually going to need an alley. So what you'll end up getting what you wanted anyway, but.
Right. Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on that?
I'm not seeing any from the group.
I think in the attendee section,
Yep.
there's somebody.
I do see that. Okay, and so I can open that back up, and if you want to bring Jennifer back in so she can speak. Okay, you're on.
Okay, very strange the way that works. Am I there?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you. Agree with all your comments. Great. I think I have some cleanup items, but I want to make sure that somebody that it's taken note of. Regarding the setback on El Camino, that's great. That has to be there. But I think the word used was front of building, and it is any frontage. So it could be a side. It's whatever structure's on there. It doesn't matter which way it's oriented. I know that's what you meant, but it didn't say frontage. So I wanted to make sure that was in there. With regard to the setback, the 20 feet, which is typical, I also would like to make sure that what has been common and used throughout decades and decades, as far as the garages or any dig outs that are done, that they also are the 20 feet. So not only the top of the building, but that it continues through and through, so that we don't have a basement situation, or we have the floods, we have all kinds of stuff. So anyway, I just want to make sure it's top to bottom. I don't know what the proper verbiage is. And finally, actually that might have been it. Oh, I know. It was this sort of this playing with these side setbacks on the other California Drive. We did that on, I think, some parts of the downtown specific plan after there were some conflicting development issues. And I don't know how that all worked out because a lot of those projects never got built. But I do really think it's important to have some hard and fast standards, particularly as Laura has just said, we're going to be forced more and more to have concrete rather than what's the word, subjective. And so anyway, I think you've said that in your comments, but I just wanted to reiterate it should be kind of clear so everybody knows what they're getting into. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, Ruben, it seems like we've got a few minutes here before we head into our next meeting. Is there a closeout here?
Well, I think we thank you for your discussion, your comments today. We'll review these again, and Kevin, Laura, and I will discuss these and implement them into the land use table and also the development standards. And then when this comes back to you with the full zoning code, you'll see it again and certainly discuss it again. But we thank you for your comments. Appreciate you looking at that. One question I did have is we do have 2 planning commission meetings left before we'd like to bring the zoning code to you at a regular meeting. One question is, do we want to continue? Our thought was to continue to have study sessions before each meeting for the next 2 meetings. Do you feel though like we might need some extra time, or would you like, I guess it depends on what we're bringing forward to you, but would you be open to having perhaps a midweek extra meeting if we need to discuss some of these items?
Some nodding.
Got lots of meetings going on with school and work, and but we can certainly try to get through these in the next couple of meetings here.
So why don't we revisit that after the next meeting, because then you're saying I've got one more meeting and then we're going to do it live. And so it would seem to me either we make enough progress in the next meeting that we don't need that midweek, or we need to have, dig a little harder.
Yeah, that sounds good. And we'll take a look at what we have, what we think we'd like to bring forward to you for review and base it on that as well. So, okay, that sounds like a plan. All right, well, thank you, everyone. We'll just hang tight here for another few minutes. To the public that's here, if you can just stay on for another 3 minutes or so, and then we'll start the regular Planning Commission meeting at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben.
Chair Schmidt, I think as soon as Commissioners Say and Gall have their video on, we can go ahead and get started. Commissioner Gall, if you are there, if you can turn on your video. That way we'll know you're present. For the public that's here, we'll get started in just another minute or so. Thank you for waiting. Assistant City Attorney Spansale, if Mike Gall is not camera, but we know that he is in attendance, can we start without him being on camera? There he is.
Well,
Okay.
I'm going to defer that answer. We got him back.
All right.
Great day for me.
Okay. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 7:05 p.m. Welcome to the May 24th, 2021 City of Burlingame Planning Commission meeting. For all in attendance today, please note that this Planning Commission meeting is being held using Zoom webinar format so that you will see the planning commissioners and staff are panelists. Please note that there are several ways to submit comments during this meeting. You may raise your hand in Zoom by clicking on the raise hand button located at the bottom of your screen. Members of the public who are participating in the Zoom webinar by phone can dial *9 to raise a hand. You may also send your comments by email to publiccomment@burlingame.org. Staff will be monitoring emails submitted during the meeting, which will be read at the appropriate time. The length of the emailed comment should be commensurate with the 3 minutes customarily allowed for verbal comments. If you're an applicant or an applicant's representative, I will ask you to raise your hand when your agenda item is up for discussion so that you may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. We ask that you also turn on your video at that time so that we can have a more clear communication, stimulating the experience we would have if we were meeting in person. This meeting is being streamed live on YouTube and will be uploaded to the city's website after the meeting. Moving on to agenda item number 2, roll call. Let the record note that 5 members of our commissioners are present at this time. Commissioner Toronis and Commissioner Camarado are absent. Moving on to item number 3. We have meeting minutes to review and approve for this evening from the April 26th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Any comments or changes or discussion regarding the minutes at this time? Seeing none, do we have a motion? Anybody?
I'll make a
Move that
motion to
we-
approve.
So we have a
Second, Mr. Chair.
motion by Commissioner Gall. Do we have a second?
I second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm going to give that to Commissioner Larios. And can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Gall,
Aye.
Commissioner Larios,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Loftus,
Aye.
Chair Schmid.
Aye. Let the record show that motion passes 5-0-0-2. Okay, and moving on to agenda item number 4, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the agenda from staff.
Okay, and do we have any recusals tonight?
Yeah, Commissioner Schmidt, I'll be recusing from item 9A as I have a family relationship with the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Gall. Okay, so with that, can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
We don't need a motion to approve.
No? Sorry,
Necessary, no.
I guess I shouldn't have gone off script. Okay, so moving on to agenda item number 5, public comments, non-agenda. Members of the public may speak about any item not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to suggest an item for a future planning commission agenda may do so during the public comment period. The Ralph Brown Act, the state local agency open meeting law, prohibits the planning commission from acting on any matter that is not on the agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes, and a timer will sound at the end of each time. I may adjust the time limit in light of the number of anticipated speakers. Please speak clearly into the microphone. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on any item that is not on our agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. Do we have any emails or other items that have come in?
No, there are no emails with regards to any topic in general, so.
Okay, great. So I'll close that and move on to item number 6, study items, which we don't have any tonight.
No.
And similarly, moving on to item number 7, we do not have anything on the consent calendar. So on to item number 8, regular action items. Okay,
This
so
is-
we will start out with item 8A, 1431 Cappuccino Avenue. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Okay, not seeing any hands or anything. Okay, let the record show that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear a staff report, please?
This is an application for design review for a new 2-story single-family dwelling and detached garage at 1431 Cappuccino Avenue. The total proposed floor area would be 3,252 square feet, where 3,254 square feet is the maximum allowed. This project went to design review study on February 8, 2021, where it was referred to a design review consultant. The applicant has provided a response letter addressing the concerns that were brought up during the study hearing and a letter of recommendation is also included from the design review consultant. That concludes the staff report summary, and I can take any questions for staff.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project? Ruben?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi there. You're the applicant, correct?
I am the architect.
Okay, great. So state your name and go ahead and anything that you want to say about the project.
Yeah, sure. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Han Li, and I am the architect of this project. After last meeting, I have worked with the design consultants to make some adjustment for improving the project appearance. Compare the design version from the last meeting. The building height is dropped down. The second floor patio is also removed, and the proposed exterior materials are specified and refine the building detailing to be more in line with the modern farmhouse style. We have also make some adjustments on building massing to make it more balanced in proportion. Based on that, the homeowner and the design review consultant are pleased with the improved design. I also checked in with the neighbor who has concern about the window location on north side of the wall. He approves the proposed window location since none of them are facing directly into his house. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Great, thank you, sir. Are there any questions for the applicant at this time? Vice Chair Loftus.
Yeah, I'm going to pick a nit here, and I don't mean to offend anyone, but I'm going to pick a nit because it's important. Mr. Lee, you said you're the architect for this project. Are you a licensed architect in the state of California, or are you a certified interior designer, or both?
I'm a certified interior designer.
Okay, just so you're aware, it's against the state law to hold yourself out as an architect if you're not a licensed professional in the state of California. As I say, I didn't mean to offend anyone, but I see certified interior designer rather than an architect stamp. So I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Gall.
Yeah, that was pretty observant, Commissioner Loftus. But I just have one question, and my nit that I always pick is fireplaces. So on your south elevation, you show a fireplace vent through the roof, but you don't show it on the front elevation, where I think it's going to not look so great. Did you consider, instead of that, looks just like a galvanized sheet metal pipe with a cap on it? Do you consider some sort of a chimney detail? I realize it's a direct vent fireplace, but I think it would look a lot better if it had some kind of a chimney look to it, or something more than just a termination cap in galvanized metal.
Yeah, I will work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, so then I'm going to open this up. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item at this time? I believe we have one. There we go. Ms. Franklin? You can unmute yourself and you can speak. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. So I'm the neighbor on the north side that the architect mentioned. I just wanted to confirm, so the owner had come by and we had kind of approximately gone over the window position. And I had told her I was fine with the windows, as you mentioned, assuming that, you know, when you're inside your house, you can't look directly into my house. Especially I'm concerned about my bedroom is kind of the front left side of my house. And that's where I understand the master bedroom of 1431 is going to be located. So I did just want to say, I mean, the owner was very nice and cooperative, but you know, she kind of approximated where the windows might be. So I just wanted to make sure, particularly that, you know, if I'm in my bedroom, I can't see your bedroom and vice versa. Just make sure that the window placement is, you know, that we can't see each other from our bedrooms.
Great. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing anybody else with a raised hand. I'm gonna close the public hearing and move back to commissioners. Do we have any comments? Vice Chair Loftus.
I guess I can start by saying, wow, this is quite a transformation. I'm really pleased with the way this has transformed itself since the last time we saw it. So this is a nice project, I think. There is one thing that jumps out at me, and it has to do with window sizes on the second floor, in particular on the rear elevation, which is drawing 2 on the A4.0. It's window 205, window type on the schedule 205, which is an 8-foot by 5-foot window. That's a really, really big window. And it seems out of scale with the other windows on that upper floor, which have sized themselves nicely relative to windows on the ground floor. And I'm curious about that one. And 204 is less unusual, I think, but 205 is quite large. I'm wondering if that can be subdivided so that it appears to be part of the same project. 204, which is on the south elevation, and 205, which is on the rear elevation, both seem quite large and probably could stand to be subdivided to sort of be similar to the other ones, but 205 absolutely, and 8-foot wide is huge. It's most of the wall in the room that I'm sitting in. Other than that, I think it's a really nice project. So.
Okay. Great, thank you. Others? Commissioner Say?
Yes, I too wanted to reiterate the effort to improve the design of this project. It looks vastly improved and syncs and comes together much better. Appreciate the massing changes and the added details. I agree with Vice Chair Loftus about the large window. I think it appears to be over the stairwell. And then there's another one just right around the corner facing, that must be that north, is it the north side again? Or maybe it's the south side. So it seems like the stairwell may almost be in a fishbowl kind of situation. So maybe taking a look at reducing the amount of glazing there and in more proportions to the other windows around the house. But otherwise, very nice job.
Thank you. Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, I would agree that I think that the project's come a long way since the last time we've seen it, but I agree with the comments on the windows, but also I'd like to have them look at that termination for that fireplace too.
Commissioner Gall, would you like to make a motion?
Sure, I would make a motion to approve the project with the conditions as listed in the staff report. If the applicant will come back with an FYI perhaps on the chimney and the window sizes on the stairwell, both at the rear and at the side.
Do we have a second? If not, I will. I like that motion. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Gall, seconded by myself. Can we have a vote?
Commissioner Gall,
Aye.
Commissioner Larios,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Loftus,
Aye.
and Chair Schmidt.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0-0-2. An action by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of the Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $1,075, which includes noticing costs. Congratulations. Thank you. And moving on to item 9B, 728 Lexington Way. If you're the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project?
Mr. Chair, I had a Zoom call with the architect who wanted to better understand my comments from the last meeting. We did not discuss the merits of the project. I merely explained my concerns about compatibility.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair Loftus. Can't see everybody, but I don't think anybody else is going. Okay. Okay, so let the record show that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear a staff report, please?
This is an application for design review, special permit, and front setback variances for a new 2-story single-family dwelling and attached garage at 728 Lexington Way. This property is zoned R1. The total proposed floor area would be 2,694 square feet, where 2,700 square feet is the maximum allowed. The applicant is requesting a special permit for the proposed attached garage. This project went to design review study on April 26, 2021, and the applicant has provided a response letter addressing the concerns that were brought up at the study hearing. This concludes the staff report summary, and I can take any questions for staff.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions for staff at this time? Let me get my participants button. Not seeing any hands. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward, state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project?
Yeah, my name is Tristan Warren, and Chair Schmidt, just a question, because we had anticipated a full board. Obviously, this project is back on the action items because there were some question marks, including one around context, which I think is, there was a split decision on the board, and with 2 members of the board not present, especially since 2 of those members were marginally in favor of the project. How does this work now? Obviously we've gone to great effort. We spent over $500 on prints, and now we're at a position where we may respectfully disagree with other commissioners, but where does that leave us? Can you kind of answer that before I get going into what I have to talk about?
I think that that's a fair question. Ruben, or
I'm happy to jump in as well. And
there we go.
Ruben, of course you can add anything that I get wrong, but Mr. Warren, you can generally request that we continue this to another hearing if you'd like the chance to have more commissioners present. That's something that the council, or sorry, not the council, but the commissioners would consider. And generally in this sort of an instance, it's something that we would do. Of course, you do have the option of going forward tonight. And should the commission not find in your favor, you do have the appeal rights as well. But typically when there is a shortage of commissioners, you can ask and request that we continue this to another date.
I see my client here, and I think it's her decision. I'm happy to support whatever direction she wants to go. We're prepared to go tonight. If Shelby, if you want to just jump on and let me know what you want to do, that'd be great.
Sure, great. Thank you, Tristan, and thank you all of the commissioners, chair, vice chair. I'd like to go ahead and continue with the conversation, please.
Okay, then we'll move forward and we'll see where it goes. So let me first just thank Michelle. I see her here tonight. Last time I don't think she was present. I want to thank her for all the effort she's done in helping us out to get to this point. And now I'd like to move forward. A couple of things, maybe if we could get to slide 11 in the presentation. I just want to go through the comments that Commissioner Charonis and Commissioner Schmidt had from last week. And so when we get to slide 11, or the last hearing that we were present at, I should say, I'm just going to go through those quickly and then a couple of words about context and I'll be done. This is slide 11. So I just want to point to the upper left-hand corner, that's the west elevation. Commissioner Charonis had asked that we study that area because it seemed underattended to or a little bit lacking in articulation. So we did a few studies and felt that taking the wood highlight material and working with the existing location of the fenestration, we could kind of just develop a little more interest in that elevation. Speaking of such, it's only about 8 to 10 feet from the neighboring house. So this is not an elevation that's going to get wide view. We feel that this is the most appropriate way to move forward with this without changing fenestration and affecting privacy. If we could now go to slide 8, please. I just want to touch base on Chair Schmidt's question about landscaping. So our intent with the landscaping, the front landscaping, as you can see from the photographs, is fairly nice and consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. At this time, we didn't want to get into a full re-landscaping. So the intent is to leave the landscaping or replace in kind anything that's damaged or otherwise destroyed by construction. We feel it's appropriate for the front of the site, and in this case, less is more given where the money is going for the rest of the project. And now if we could jump back to slide 12, I just want to address Chair Schmidt's other question, which is the awnings and the awning at the entry and the sunshades. I just threw in a couple of details, worked through them myself. Just to address constructability questions, and I'm confident that we can construct the awnings as indicated in our 3D graphics and elevations. There are a number of ways to do it. I think this is the most straightforward, but we're comfortable with that as well. And now I'd like to just take a few minutes or maybe a minute to talk about the context, because that was the last item that was brought up, and that's sort of the, shall we say, the most difficult to address because in some ways it's subjective and there's not a clear definition of what, what constitutes the context. So slide 2, please. I'm going to just go to our, I will just, while I'm waiting for that, I'm just going to quote a section in the Residential Design Guidebook. In defining neighborhoods, the style of houses present may not be the critical factor. In many neighborhoods, there exists a number of styles. More often, it will be the mass and scale of buildings that is similar and binds them together. Houses of many different styles may share common traits related to mass and scale. So I just want to point that out because I feel like when we had our hearing on the 26th, there was no question about mass, scale, street wall, any of these common sort of things that are defined in the design guidebook, as well as respecting the neighbors and things like that. What was brought up was it just didn't speak to the neighborhood. The design guidebook further reviews elements of the neighborhood. Could we go to slide 3, please? It is clear from review of the neighborhood that the original elements or example houses on the block are of a mid-century developer-driven typology, with varied ornament and articulation, but lacking in a distinctive style, and more colloquially called tract homes. There's not a lot of architectural merit in the base buildings on this block. Further, because many of the houses on the street are original, such as the subject property and the example houses, the neighborhood block could be considered transitional. In other words, it's probably going to see some more remodels in the future. I did go through and listen to last week's meeting, and I was struck by what Commissioner Gall noted on the while he was reviewing 1209 Cabrillo Ave, that it might provide a lack of context, or a neighborhood in transition might provide the opportunity for more contemporary design to be added to a neighborhood. I'd also like to point out finally that the contemporary style chosen by the community of the Burlingame Community Center, which is, you know, basically on the other side of the block, it's almost visible from the house. And as civic architecture transitions to a contemporary style, why is it not appropriate for residential architecture to do the same in the right neighborhood context? So I'd ask you to consider that. Given these considerations and the general agreement of the Commission on the April 24th hearing regarding the design's conformance with mass, scale, and street wall, we respectfully ask the Commission to place the appropriate weight to the value of the context and style in evaluating whether to approve this project. Thank you. I'll answer any questions you all may have.
Great. Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Say.
Yes. On the left elevation where you had discussed the articulation of change in finishes, I couldn't tell from the plans or the elevations if the change in material, actually, if there's a change in plane. Are those areas set in a little bit, offset?
There's not, unlike the other articulations on the corners, that side would, if not flush, it would be similar in plane. I can do a little bit to play with the plane, but given the structural integrity of the building in that area, we might be able to put a shear wall, and I might be able to switch those areas to 2x4 walls so that it indents a little bit. I think there's some opportunity to play with that, but we're not going to be able to get the offset walls in the depth that we had at the corners, nor do I think it's really necessary in this area that the plane change that much. I mean, I think even a plane change of an inch or so would, given the way that this is articulated, different from the carve outs at the corners, and the fact that we have other wood in the project, I think that these on a surface treatment would be consistent with the design.
Yeah, thank you. I think the application of some type of level change, even, you know, relatively minor, would make it a little bit more impactful what your design intent is here on this elevator.
We'd be happy to do that. I mean, I think it could go either way, so that's not something that would be difficult for us to do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions of the applicant at this time? Okay, if not, then I'd like to open it up to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item at this time? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing none, do we have any emails or chats relative to this project?
There are no emails submitted.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing. And commissioners, do we have comments? Okay, I'll go first. I'd like to say thank you to the architect and the team. You definitely did hear the comments that we brought forward. I appreciate the details that I saw those and that added value. The landscaping comment makes sense now. It was more for me, the hard thing was seeing just the front. I know you were trying to communicate the building, but yet the reality is the landscaping is part of the solution, and it actually changes the tone and maybe even the right way in helping this presentation. So I get it. So I just had to get over the fact that I had clouds in front of it, which is fine. So then I too, as the same as Commissioner Say, would like to see that 1 inch of depth change on the left side. I think it would give you a nice little reveal and a little shadow to play with, and it doesn't have to be the full depth that the other one is, and I totally get that. So I'm otherwise, I'm appreciative of the effort and coming back to the table with this. Thank you. Any other commissioners at this time? Vice Chair Loftus.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm as I suggested earlier in our meeting, I'm struggling with our design guidelines because when I read the design review criteria, number one, compatibility of the architectural style with that of the existing character of the neighborhood. And number three, architectural style and mass and bulk of the structure. Mass and bulk, I have no issue with. Architectural style is a different matter. So I'm struggling with that. And I've struggled with it on a lot of projects that have come in front of us recently. And I frankly think our design guidelines need to be revamped personally. And we need to be much more explicit about stuff. I was out there today and I sat there for a while and looked at the existing houses, and there's no question in my mind that the project, the mass, the articulation of the project through its mass and bulk are compatible with the neighborhood. No question at all. The question is this matter of style. But as I sat there and I looked at the very simple street front of most of the fronts of the houses and most of the street, they are not remarkably different than the front of this house. And I came to believe that that the one characteristic of that neighborhood is its very low pitched roof. Most of those roofs over there are probably 4 and 12. They could even be 3 and 12, but I'm guessing 4 and 12. And one of the things that means is that unless there's a gable facing onto the street, then the roof shape doesn't really enter into the facade of the house that much. If the roofs were steeper, then it would be a much more dramatic difference between the boxiness of this house and the mostly boxiness of the houses around the neighborhood. So I've softened a little bit on this simply because that neighborhood has very few gables facing onto, it has some, but it's not excessive, and most of them are not steep. There are some hip roofs that at 4 and 12 effectively disappear at ground level. When you're walking past them, you don't really see the roof. What you see is a flat facade of the building. I liked the architecture. I liked the building the first time I saw it. And so I've softened a little bit in my stance. I do believe that somebody sometime in the future will say, what were these guys thinking? Because it doesn't fit. But fit is not part of the design guidelines that I can find. It's a term that I use as a proxy for compatibility. So, I can probably I can make the findings for compatibility of the mass and the bulk. I cannot make the findings for compatibility of the style, but my fellow commissioners seem to have no problem with that. So I'm not sure where I stand right now. As long as this word style shows up in the guidelines, then I think we've got an issue, because you can't both say style doesn't mean style and talk about compatibility of style. Style doesn't mean mass and bulk. Style means something other than mass and bulk, in my view. So I'm not sure where I stand right now. So I'm really curious to hear what my fellow commissioners think about what we will say to somebody at some point in the future when they walk past this modern house built on that street, and they say, what were they thinking? It clearly is not compatible.
Okay. Commissioner Gall.
Yeah, I have some of the same feelings as Commissioner Loftus. As I said in the last meeting, I I do generally like the house. I think it's well designed and is proportionally correct, and the massing is done well. It's just that the lots are small down there, and this house seems like it's gonna scream, "Look at me" on that block. Again, I like modern architecture. I think that it's a very well designed house, but I have the same problem when we say compatibility with the architectural style, and I can't really see that. I mean, because they are a lot of smaller split level homes with attached garages on smaller lots. It's just, and you know, you've got that tree canopy. It has this sort of Mayberry feel down there, and I just don't see that this house is going to fit in that well. So, but I would like to hear. I mean, Tristan made a very good presentation, a really good argument for this house, and Commissioner Loftus has a great point that if this house, you know, had a steeply pitched roof, it certainly wouldn't fit in because it would be so much taller than the other houses. It's not going to be a tall house, but again, I'm a little on the fence here still. So I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say.
Commissioner Say.
Yes, so I think I had also expressed in my response in the last meeting that I'm in support of this project. To me, it fits with the neighborhood in terms of its massing. I am seeing beyond the roof planes, you know, that this house has flat roof designs, but it's the articulation of all these boxes or varying heights of this floor plan, and that conceptually appears to be like some of the homes in the area. When we look at this, the applicant has done a nice job of giving us a broad streetscape of a number of homes in the neighborhood and other neighborhoods, that I can see a similarity to some of the other homes. There are a variety of styles on the street, and I would say that because the street has smaller lots, you actually don't really see that screaming, "Look at me" situation while walking down the street or even driving down the street. There are nicely developed trees along the street. It's a smaller, tighter viewing perspective of this neighborhood that I actually feel this house fits in just fine with this current the current landscape. And I also have a hard time knowing that there have been so many other projects throughout different neighborhoods in the city that we've approved a contemporary style and this is not a terribly super modern house that's vastly different from other contemporary homes that we've approved in the city, or even too different from some of the houses along the street or in the neighborhood. I find it really difficult to be so, I'm losing my words, but that we can be so inconsistent in approving a project in one area and then not approving a similar project in another similar neighborhood. So for those reasons, and because we have a history of having approved contemporary style homes in other neighborhoods with mixed styles and with gabled roofs and varying roof designs and even material finishes on homes, I am in support of this project, and I can see it fitting into the neighborhood.
Thank you. Commissioner Larios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to second what Commissioner Say said. I also support this project moving forward. I think that the massing is very humble. I know that the schematics could be deceiving, but in terms of massing, I think it is very humble and respectful of the neighborhood. So I don't think it'll stand out as much as some of my fellow commissioners believe. So I'm very much in support of this project moving forward. The only comment that I do have is the chimney on the right-hand side, it just kind of sticks out a little bit, and it doesn't articulate well with the horizontal and vertical lines of the building. It just seems kind of out of place, but I mean, it's nothing that I would nitpick on. I would love to see that chimney placed towards the back, where you're not seeing the painted metal pipe from the street as much, and you'd only see the tip of it protruding from that first floor. But anyhow, in terms of massing, I think this project is ready to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, well, I too have struggled with trying to think about the compatibility piece of it. And the more I looked at the neighborhood, it is definitely a transition. A lot of the shapes do really fit in. I also agree that it's not going to be screaming because there's a fair amount of landscape involved. And that was kind of my point in the last meeting, is that as much as we look at this schematically from the front elevation to see the building, the overall context is still going to be within the neighborhood. And that piece of landscaping becomes an important part of our statement of architecture as well. I think that this is a really nice modern design. And I think some of the other ones that I've struggled with in other parts of the neighborhoods, they weren't as well done. And I think that we've needed them to do a lot of work on them to try and make them more compatible, not to change their style, but to even make them a better modern design. I think that this is a really good one. And I think that Tristan has done a very good job at, putting together the concept and speaking through it and being very cognizant of the neighborhood that he's in. So I too would like to see this one move forward as well. I think it's an opportunity to diversify that neighborhood a little bit more. And again, I think that there's a lot of diversity in that neighborhood already. It just all comes from 50, 60 years ago. So with that, I'm done. Do we have a motion or any further comment?
Mr. Chair, just to note, if any discussion wants to be had on the special permit or the variance, or just to make sure that those are included in the motion to be considered with the staff report.
Thank you, sir.
I'll make a motion. So I make a motion that we bring this project back on the consent calendar with the added elements discussed earlier about the recess of the change in materials on the left elevation at the wood paneling, as well as the comment about the fireplace chimney. And that this motion should include the special permit, approving the special permit for the attached garage, as well as the front setback variances for the new house and attached garage.
Chair, Commissioner Say,
Yes.
might I add that we are actually looking at this as a regular action item? Might we be able to make that motion as an approval with an FYI for those items?
Oh, yeah, sure. We could do it that way. So an approval with an FYI for the two items noted on the left elevation, as well as the fireplace chimney.
Great, thank you. Do we have a second?
I second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, and can we get, is there any discussion on the motion? Vice Chair Loftus.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm glad that there's support for the project, and because I think that generally it's a good project. I cannot find, however, compatibility of the architectural style with that of the existing character of the neighborhood. I just want to be clear about that. Nor do I find item 3, architectural style, that it's compatible with architectural style. So, you know, I guess I'm glad that the project is about to be approved, but I think there's a real problem with our design guidelines as long as that term style is included. And will it scream? We'll find out, I guess. And, you know, I hope that I'm wrong. I think that it will stand out, but maybe over time it will not, it will temper with plenty of landscape. Anyway, I just think we've got an issue that we've got to address with our guidelines.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Loftus. I'm struggling with the compatibility of the architectural style. I agree that the landscaping is going to help out a lot, but I just don't get the feel for this house on that block, and that's part of the subjective nature of what we are given in our design review criteria. I wish the applicants very well on the project and in the future, and I'm glad that they're staying in Burlingame and developing here. But I too don't know that I can support the project.
Okay, fair enough. Can we move to, without any further, if we don't have any further discussion, then can we move to a vote?
Commissioner Gall,
Nay.
Commissioner Larios,
Yes.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Loftus,
Hey,
Chair Schmidt,
Aye. The motion passes 3-2-0-2. The inaction by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of the Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $1,075, which includes noticing costs. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to item 8C. If you're the applicant or the 8C, 1804 Devereaux Drive. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you may turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Okay, seeing none, let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear a staff report, please?
Yes, this is an application for design review for a first and second story addition to an existing single family dwelling at 1804 Devereaux Drive, zoned 1. The applicant is proposing to demolish and reconfigure the rear portion of the house and add a new 750 square foot second floor. With the proposed project, the floor area would increase to 3,028 square feet, where 3,031 square feet is the maximum allowed. Planning Commission Design Review Study meeting on February 8th, the Commission had concerns with the project and referred the application to a design review consultant. The applicant submitted revised plans, date stamped May 12th, to address the Commission's concerns and comments regarding the project. The project was reviewed by the design review analysis, and based on the design review analysis of the project, the design reviewer recommends approval of the project as proposed. Suggested findings for design review are found on page 3 of your staff report. If you have any questions for staff, I'd be happy to take those now. Thank you.
Great. Any questions for staff at this point? Seeing none, then I'm going to open up the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward, state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project?
Good evening. I am Valdemar Stachniuk, designer of the project. Since the last time when we were in the process of redesigning, we have removed all the applications for the variances. The sideback is in compliance right now. based on a survey, and the addition is relocated to allow to be in compliance as far as the setback on a left-hand side viewing from the street. Also, the applications for the variance for the garage is removed with the application right now with the design for 4 bedrooms. The roof lines of the project were redesigned and compatible right now with the existing gables that we have on an existing house. And throughout the design, it is uniform with the gable finishes. Also, the selection of the finishes of the finishing materials for the exterior are consistent. We're proposing the hardy siding, 7-inch exposure big roof with the mitered corners, and then the stucco on a first floor only recoated where the existing stucco is. Also, the gable ends over the existing garage are retained to keep the charm of the design, and the garage space, it is utilized with the new design to have the 10-foot ceiling in a garage that complies with the parking regulations, and then the attic space with the height of 4 feet and 6 inches. The windows are E-Series aluminum wood clad with the simulated true divided lights adhered into interior and exterior of each window, and spacers between, and the windows are in dark gray color with the trim of the hardy trim throughout the building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Oh, yes, Commissioner Gall.
Yeah, thank you. So just to clarify, you said that the hardy siding will be mitered and there will be no corner boards on the second floor. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I had one other question on your front elevation and in your plans. On the front porch, you're showing 10-inch square columns sort of to the left and the right of as you're facing the front door. If you go all the way to the right on the front porch, it appears that there's like a 4x4 post there. Is that correct? Because it looks like it's there on your floor plan on sheet A1.1.
This is on the right-hand side, facing the garage wall, you mean?
Yeah. On the right-hand side of the front porch there. See to the right of the living room window.
Yes, that's the post that it is holding the beam of the porch roof.
Okay. Would you consider making that the same size as the other columns on the front of the house there?
Yes, I would. We wanted to actually have those 2 columns to be more pronounced, and then kind of to use the little one by the garage as structural support, and not as pronounced. However, it's probably interesting to add this into the design of the front elevation.
Yeah, I just think it would bring you a little bit more consistency and
yes,
and bring it together more. But maybe some of the other commissioners can chime in on that also. Yeah, that was the only comment I had. Thank you.
Okay. With that, then I'm going to open up the public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item at this time? Do we have any chats or emails this evening?
No emails have been submitted.
Okay. Then without any further comment, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, do we have any comments? Okay, I'll go. I agree with Commissioner Gall that the post on the right side probably should be a column that matches the other two. I think it just kind of goes away because of the elevation nature of this drawing, but I think that once built, I think having the full-size column to match is going to be very appropriate, and that the post would look like we missed something. I'd also like to reiterate maybe on Commissioner Gall's question about the mitered boards for the hardy board. I would highly recommend that you guys make sure that that is indeed what you're going to do. Please do not change that after this and think that that's going to be something you can change without any impact. We've had a number of people change their minds on those things and not tell us, and then it becomes a big mess later. So please note that this is something that we are looking at and want to see happen. Other than that, I appreciate the changes made by the team and and working with the design consultant. It is definitely a better looking solution than it was the first time it came to us. That's it for me. Commissioner Gall.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's funny, the James Hardy site doesn't show the horizontal siding application on a house. It shows a sample of it and a close-up of it, but not anything at the end. So yeah, as long as you can pay attention to that. You know, I agree that this house is much better than it was the first time. And I don't think, you know, I'm pretty confident that it will pass, but you know, on this one, the second story still looks like an addition to me. It doesn't seem to flow well. So then I go back to the design review criteria and we go to number 3, architectural style. I think it fits in with the neighborhood, that's fine, but the mass and bulk don't really work for me on the second floor. That it still looks like something got dropped on top of the house and it's not tied in that well. The front elevation isn't so bad, but again, we're looking at 2-dimensional drawings. You know, I'd like to hear what everybody else thinks, but I don't know. It's a little tough for me on that one.
Okay, other comments? Well, I'm kind of actually in agreement with Commissioner Gall that it's still a fairly good sized mass as a second level addition. I think, like I said, I think the changes made take it a long ways from where it was, but it's still pretty top heavy. So I would be interested if other commissioners have more to say on it besides Commissioner Gall and myself. Commissioner Say.
Yeah, I agree that the massing looks really tall from a side view. And from the front view, it seems to fit in better just because it's a wider home with the attached garage. But I agree that from a side view, it looks like a skinny, tall, almost like a cake, tiered cake kind of arrangement. So it doesn't seem to balance itself from a massing perspective across the entire or the majority even of the core of the house. And I think that's the problem that we're seeing here. It definitely reads much better as a front elevation. But I think that the side views are fairly visible as well on this street once it's built. So I don't know if the applicant could maybe take a look at how the arrangement of this nested roofing, the nested gable roofs, if there's another approach or expansion. I don't know what to suggest. I know that's not my job here to suggest how to make the improvements, but that's my reaction to it, is that it doesn't read well from the side elevations.
Thank you, Commissioner Say. Vice Chair Loftus.
I agree that it doesn't read well from the side, and I've been trying to figure out why. And I think by and large it has to do with the living room, one-story living room shape that's sticking out in front of the existing house, and then the second floor is stacked right behind that. If that first floor living room were not there, it is though, if it were not there, and you imagine that going away, then the second floor, if you look at the north elevation from the elevation front southwest, it's called on the A2.2, and you cover up the wing, the living room that's sticking out in front of the building, it actually reads not badly. So I think what's happening is we're seeing a sort of a trick view here when we look at that elevation from the front southwest. What we're seeing at the ground floor to the right-hand side is a single-story living room extension that, were it not there, it wouldn't look as much like a wedding cake. And if you imagine that it's a very narrow extension, it doesn't seem very wedding cakey to me. The new addition spans the front of the building almost entirely, except for the garage. So I think it's probably okay, but it is a little bit tricky to imagine it. And this is one of those projects that it would be really advantageous to have a three-dimensional view of. But my sense is that it's probably okay, and that it's not nearly as top heavy and wedding cakey as it appears to from that side elevation.
Vice Chair Loftus, are you looking at your screen?
Oh yeah, thank you. So thank you. I think that's not bad. If I look at the lower left-hand corner, that's a much different view than the side elevation, the flat elevation, what is, for me anyway. I think the second story actually works. It's not great, but it's not horrible.
Commissioner Say?
Yes, I apologize. Somehow I missed this last page as well, so I didn't get to see the renderings or the isometrics. But I do want to say that these proposed elevations are a great improvement over what we had seen before, and it does seem to look better in isometric view. I think this is very helpful to be able to see it this way. My fear of looking at it from the right side and seeing some kind of a skinny, tall building, and we know how elevations can read very flat. So I think that I will say that I see this is working much better. I can see this working for the project now that I can take a look at these isometrics. Thank you for providing those.
Okay, I would agree. Actually, this page sells it for me. I was having troubles with just the elevations alone, and a few of them really didn't look good in elevation at all. But I think in a three-dimensional view here, I think that I can see that there's enough ins and outs that create balance to this that help deal with that projecting living room. And I think overall, I think it is, I think it's better. I think it's still a little tall for me, but at the same time that's kind of the height that a lot of our houses end up coming in at, especially once you've thrown in 3 or so feet of stairs in front of it. So I think I can get behind this one. Do we have any other comments or a motion?
I will make a motion that we approve the project with findings in the staff report.
I will second that. Can we get a roll call, please?
Through the chair, that before Commissioner Gull speaks, there was the guide or the recommendation for the front column, and we can certainly add that as a condition of approval. If the commission is comfortable with it, staff can certainly confirm that the size of the column matches the other columns rather than bring it back as an FYI.
Commissioner Gold, did you have something you wanted to add before? Or were you
No,
just...
I was just going to bring that point up.
I forgot all about it, and I will modify my motion to include that change.
Great. Do we have any? I'll continue to second. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Okay, so we have a motion in place by Commissioner Loftus, seconded by myself, including the modification of the column. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
1 second here. Commissioner Gall,
Aye.
Commissioner Larios,
Yes.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Loftus,
Aye.
Chair.
Aye. Motion passes 5002. An action by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of the Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $1,075, which includes noticing costs. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to item HD 1349 Cabrillo Avenue. If you're the applicant or the applicant's representative, will you please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time? If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Okay, not seeing any. Let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear a staff report, please?
This is an application for design review for a new 2-story single-family dwelling and detached garage at 1349 Cabrillo Avenue, zoned R1. The applicant is proposing to demolish an existing 1-story house to build a new 2-story single-family dwelling with a detached garage. The proposed house will have a total floor area of 3,031 square feet, or 3,420 square feet is the maximum allowed, excuse me. There is an existing protected size redwood tree proposed to be removed for construction of the new detached garage. 2 arborist reports prepared by Keelty and Main Tree were provided, which give you an assessment of the redwood tree. And those are attached for reference in the staff report. At the Planning Commission Design Review Study meeting on May 10th, the Commission recommended that the applicant address neighbor concerns about the proposed removal of the redwood tree, correct drafting errors on the plans, and address the repetitive rhythm of architectural features on the house. The applicant submitted a response letter and revised plans, date stamped May 13th, to address your comments and concerns. The applicant also submitted letters of support from neighbors as well. The suggested findings for design review are found on page 3 of the staff report. And at this time, I'd be happy to take any questions of staff if you have any.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything you'd like to add about the project? You're on mute, Tim.
Good evening, Commission. Tim Rudines, project designer. I'll keep it short and sweet. I'll let you comment on my response letter and the new drawings. And we are definitely open to compromising on the redwood tree if you do see that it's approvable to be removed. We have a few options that we're definitely willing to do for the city and for the neighbors and the people that don't want to see it removed. So I'll just stand back and wait for your comments.
Thank you, Tim. Do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay. Seeing none, then I'm going to open up the public hearing. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak at this time? Okay, looks like we've got a few. Okay, I'm going to start with Anita. Forgive me. Okay, if you unmute yourself, you should be able to step forward and speak. I think you're still on mute.
There we go. Good evening. I live here at 1240 Cabrillo, and it was just brought to my attention last night that sadly another beautiful I believe that is considered a heritage tree, is it not? Well, anyways, yeah, for that tree to be cut down, it's probably the third redwood tree on Cabrillo that I have seen cut down just on this street alone. And one of the beauties of this city are the trees. And I think we need to do whatever we can to protect our trees for the sake of better living for us who live here, as well as our wildlife. So please reconsider constructing this home around that tree. It would make us very happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to our next person, Brian Ben. Okay, Brian, unmute yourself and you may come forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good evening once again, commissioners. I did speak on May 10th as well about this issue, and tonight I just have 5 quick points I'd like to make. My first observation is that the developer's reply on May 13th to this commission was really non-responsive. A number of commissioners had encouraged the designer to try to work around the tree. I was encouraged to hear just now he's willing to do that, but instead it seems he's trying to steamroll the commission by asking friends and neighbors if they're cool with removing the tree, but really not offering a redesign. Number 2, when asked if there's a downside to flipping the design to save the tree, on May 10th, he said, quote, "just the street pattern." So, I mean, the notion of needing to change the street pattern here seems really contrived. I mean, this block's pattern is 10 left and 4 right, including this house in terms of driveways. And that's a pretty common ratio around Burlingame. I mean, some blocks have more on the right, and even some homes in Burlingame, share a driveway. So there's really a pretty wide variety of patterns. So the idea of changing the existing right side driveway really seems to be an excuse to just get rid of the tree. Point 3 is an example of how development should work around the trees. I suggest, walking past the majestic trees, the redwoods at 1537, 1543 Drake, they provide real beauty and shade and character to the neighborhood. Point 4 is on the water issue that was brought up at the last discussion. Burlingame has very shallow groundwater. to nourish a large redwood and keep it healthy. So the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission does semi-annual monitoring of the West Side Basin. It's collected data since 2006, showing a consistent 6 to 13 foot depth to groundwater, and that's well within the reach of a large redwood tree's roots. Point 5 is regarding safety, which was brought up in the response. I mean, these trees can and should be maintained. We prune our large tree every, 4 or 5 years, and it did very, very well in the recent strong winds. So of course there are risks with trees, and probably lower risk than getting in our cars. And in terms of liability, I mean, standard homeowners policies, cover damage from falling objects in the unlikely event that, something were to happen. And so, just in conclusion, it's agreed the tree is healthy, it's in good condition. So let's protect the beauty and character of Burlingame. I mean, for ourselves and future generations, right? So don't let this be a sterile development just because it's easier to develop the site and flip a quick profit. If we lose this tree, it'll be another big scar for the city of trees. So please insist the design work around the tree. So thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Jan Robertson, please. You may unmute yourself and come forward.
Okay, it
There you
took,
go.
hi everyone. Thanks for taking my comments. Took me a second to find the unmute. Yeah, I am a longtime resident of Burlingame, lived here almost 25 years, a homeowner within a couple blocks of this project. And I walked by it over the weekend, and yeah, I mean, the argument about the driveways is bogus, as the previous, I guess, Mr. Ben pointed out. There are a number of rights and lefts on the street. And I noted last time in the meeting that the developer is not only out of the area, the developer's out of state. I believe it was the state of Utah. And, yes, of course, it's much easier and cheaper to come in, mow all the trees down, and it makes the project a lot cheaper so they can do a quick flip for maximum profit and, and then move on. And that's great for profitability. But, those of us who really treasure the beauty of the trees in Burlingame in our neighborhood, that's what makes our real estate valuable and our community so special. And I think as one of the previous commenters pointed out, there's ample precedent for developers being required to work around existing redwood trees. And at the end of Vancouver, I think it was Otto Miller several years back had to work around the beautiful stands of redwoods that are there. And they're just a treasure for the neighbors. So please, let's not just do the expedient thing and take down the tree. I implore the commission to require this developer to work around and save the trees. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next up, Jennifer Pfaff. Jennifer, I think you can unmute yourself. There you go.
Sorry about that. I won't repeat what I said. Do you hear me? Yes. I won't repeat what I said the last time, except I kind of have an issue with some of the comments that were included in the packet where Mr. Radowitz went to the adjacent neighbors and said, "Are you okay with this?" Well, that might be fine when you're talking about a second story porch or something like that. This is really a landmark. It's a landmark tree. The landmark tree was there well before this was purchased. It's, to me, I look at it as a pre-existing condition, like being under the airport, airlines, air traffic, and close to a train track or a highway. It's an existing condition. It didn't just appear. And so you go into it knowing kind of what you're getting into, and certainly anybody can research that they're messy. They are. I have one, I told you. Does not use anywhere near the amount of water I heard about, but I don't want to, I'm not an arborist. I'm not going to pretend to be, but I do want to say I looked into this property today in the Sanborn insurance maps that are from 1921. And it turns out that the property directly to the left of this one, which I think is 1345, that used to be a one large parcel. The cute little house to the south was on a larger parcel. So when this house that you're talking about now came along in, what is the 30s or whatever it is, 40s, it has they accommodated a pre-existing tree with the driveway and with a position of basically, it looks to me like an incorporated garage. It's pretty close as you could get to it in those years, and push the house's garage up. So it left space in the back, plenty of room. So I just want to say it has been accommodated before, and if we start being kind of more arbitrary, I don't like this tree is fine, this tree isn't okay. Or talking about risks, there is something I have to finish with. Kilty finished his report by saying the only way to eliminate risks is to eliminate all trees. And, I don't think that's what Burlingham's about, frankly. And I hope you will again consider I'm talking to the developer now, looking at this again, and to trade 2 young sapling redwoods somewhere else is not the same for this huge tree. Is just not an equal trade. I'm sorry. Thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, we have Leslie McQuaid. Leslie, you can unmute yourself and speak up.
Am I unmuted?
There you go.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Leslie McQuaid, and I was on the Beautification Commission for many, many years. And back then, redwoods were a protected tree. And we saw a lot of appeals for removing redwoods. The redwood at 1349 Cabrillo is in beautiful shape compared to some of the ones we saw. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say this because I'm not on the commission anymore, but we probably would have turned down the request to remove this tree on Cabrillo. It doesn't have any uplifting ground or the pavement. There's no long unruly branches that people will say, oh, it may fall down. It's a very compact looking tree. There was no redwood mesh anywhere or mess on the ground anywhere. And it provides a lot of shade to this deep lot. And it doesn't seem to affect the property owners on behind it. And my daughter lives one house behind it. The redwoods, they're almost a perfect tree. They have a great ability to store water. And because of that, they really do well in a drought condition, which who knows, we may have again this year. They have essential oil so that protects them from rot and fire. They are a home to owls, and they are a great tree to consider for climate change. So my suggestion, and I think that I've heard this from everybody else, is not to remove the tree, please, and to see what the possibility of putting the driveway and the garage on the other side of the tree. Or the driveway and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak at this time? Otherwise,
I would like to just respond to a few of those comments, if that's okay.
Bear with me for a minute, Tim. Let's
Sure,
make
no
sure
worries.
we're done with those. Ruben, do we have any that we're supposed to read?
We did received one public comment this evening, so let me read that real quick.
Okay, thank you.
This is from Linda Ryan at 1532 Drake Avenue. Hi, I live at 1532 Drake Avenue across from a lovely grove of protected redwood trees that are healthy, well-maintained, and enhance the quality of life on our street. The trees also protect us from the sun, airport noise, and wind. We are grateful to the people that fought to preserve them. The spec developer would have liked to have removed the grove, but the neighbors and the Planning Commission won the battle to preserve them. The grove still sits healthy and well-maintained. The home has sold 3 times and has appreciated by at least $500,000 each time. Large trees give monetary value to a home and neighborhood. The redwood tree at 1349 Cabrillo is healthy and a protected tree in Burlingame. It is the duty of the Planning Commission to fight to preserve it. The report shows that the tree is healthy and can be maintained. It would be shameful for the commission to let the spec builder take it down. Please make a design to include this large, beautiful tree so that our neighbor can have some large canopy of trees. Lastly, we all know this builder will make $4 million or more on this home with the redwood tree included in the design. Again, it's your job as commissioners to protect that which can be protected. Thank you for considering to do the right thing and preserve the beautiful redwood tree at 1349 Cabrillo Avenue. Lastly, the city might also want to consider setting up a water credit system and stop the overdevelopment of lots in town. And that's from Linda Ryan, 1532 Drake Avenue. That's the only public comment we received through email.
Okay, and it looks like we have one more speaker. Elisa Johnson. Elisa, I think you can unmute yourself now and come forward.
Sure. Hi, Elisa Reese Johnson, 1233 Cortez, and I am very pro-building and pro-development of Burlingame. I'm also pro-tree, and we are the city of trees, and lately we've been taking out a lot of trees because of damage and people alarmed at branches, causing destruction on human lives and property. And if there's some way that we can start building around these beautiful trees, and as far as value, I've seen beautiful new construction built with a redwood tree and many redwood trees and oak trees, and it just gives a lot more value to the lot. And we need to preserve right now. It's really super important. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that is the end of our speakers. So Tim, I'd like to give you an opportunity to continue.
You guys have a really hard decision. I don't really have much rebuttal, just saying that it's easier to complain than to have a lot of voices that we already had of actual connected neighbors to the property say that they're okay losing the tree. We also have given you options, which not many developers. I'm not the owner. I also lived in the Bay Area for 20 years. I moved out of state. So I've done hundreds of homes in the Bay Area, hundreds. So I'd like to get the facts straight. When people just blurt out accusations, that shouldn't be on record. We're definitely would be leaning towards doing some of the options that I had put in my response letter, like basically donating trees to a park, doing more solar. And we have looked into the option to flip the house. Some of the people said we never looked into it. Well, we did, because that was our first submittal. Our first submittal was to keep the tree, but we flipped it because of the driveway path, and also the owners want to remove the redwood tree. It's a liability for them. The other point is it's actually cheaper for us to keep the tree. It costs $30,000 probably to remove that tree. If we keep it, it costs us zero. So, for people to say that, it doesn't even make sense. So, we'll make it work either way. It's just, there's a few points that we want, and the owners who I've been employed by, wanted to do it this way. And I agree. I do agree. The tree is rather large. It will take up most of the back, or not most of the backyard, but a great portion of it. We're available for comments. If it comes down to it, if we could get this approved, let's just say you guys, say, let's keep the tree. If we could have a conditional approval of just flipping the site plan to move forward, I think myself and the owners would be agreeable, but I really would like your opinion on this. I know it's a hard issue. We have people supporting it, and then we have people that called in tonight that are not in support of it. So I just want to, bring back that we had like 7 letters of, yes, we think it's okay if they remove the tree and do some of these optional things that many other homeowners or developers don't even bring up. They just say, we want it gone and that's it. They don't give any options to you. We're willing to do that. The owners actually live in Burlingame, FYI. So, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Okay, at this point, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Commissioners, comments? Commissioner Gall.
Yeah, I think that the designers made a good argument for keeping the tree, actually, by proposing to flip the design, which I would be agreeable to. I think that the tree should be kept. It's a beautiful tree. It's got a couple others on the adjacent properties that sort of make it into a mini grove. I get the problems with trees, but there's plenty of problems with all trees. So, I thought actually about designing around the tree, maybe with a whole different style of architecture. If you put in something like an Eichler type home or a modern type home, something, that would fit and had an open field to the outdoors. My daughter just bought a home, and the backyard is so fully developed. It's just beautiful. There's so much shade, and I can't see cutting this tree down, especially with the condition that it's in and the position that it's in on the lot. So I think that the improvements to the house design are well crafted. They're well done. I like the new awning over the front window. But again, I can't go with cutting the tree down. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Gall. Others? Commissioner Say?
Yes. So a number of years ago, I had a client who was looking at properties to buy and build their home, or remodel or expand, whatever. And there was one property that we looked at that had a small home on it, and there were 4 or 5 redwood trees that were in the front of the property, front and middle of the property, where they would actually be in the way of any major addition to the home. And I remember that we were all troubled by the possibility of having to take down the trees to expand and build a home. And so my client moved on and went on to looking at another property and trying to achieve what they wanted somewhere else. And so I look at this sort of in a similar way. There is, large, beautiful, thriving tree on a property that's that can be built around, can design around. literally just flip-flopping this floor plan or the site plan it's as simple as that. Can even design, just as Commissioner Gall was saying, deliberately design with the tree in mind, a beautiful home and accessory structures. So because it's so easy to accommodate this tree on this property, I cannot see any possibility of removing it, and all that it offers our community, and even just the CO2 that we get from it. So so that's my take on the tree.
Okay, Commissioner Larios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will follow Commissioner Gall and Commissioner Say opinion about keeping the tree. It seems like Tim gave us a solution about flipping the design, that's a possibility. Again, thank you, Tim, for all the work you've done. Thank you for reaching out to the neighbors, and also thank you for exploring different ways of keeping the tree or proposing alternatives. So it's always good to explore all the options available. But I will have to say that given the condition of the tree, the placement of the tree, how many trees are on that block, the fact that it's kind of in an area where there's not that many trees if you look at it from a satellite view, and how the important connection.
We lost you.
Commissioner Larios, your sound went out about 10 seconds ago. Can't hear you.
Are you back on, or are you done? Try and
Still
mute.
can't hear you.
My apologies.
There you go.
About that, my earbuds died. I will just say that I have to also agree that I think there's options, and we should pursue those options and keep the tree. I think it's important for the neighbors. It's important for the for everyone involved, and it looks like there's willingness to do it. So, given all the factors present, I think it's safe to say that that we should think about switching the design. I really like Commissioner Gall's idea about maybe even envisioning a different design altogether. Like an Eichler home would be perfect under the shade of a tree like that. That'd be just great. But anyhow, from a simple switch of design to any other proposals that could work around the tree, I think those would be welcome by me.
Okay. I'm more mixed on it. I've had neighbors that have had challenges with trees, were forced to save them, and then in the end had to take them down anyway because they were diseased. So I'm a bit more pragmatic about it. But I do think that given the location of this tree, and that there are some reasonable solutions and that it doesn't totally ruin the siting on this lot, I would be encouraging that I think it's an opportunity to work with it. So overall, I appreciate the design of the project, and I appreciate Tim's work to try and work through this with everybody. So thank you. So that's how I feel on it. Is there any other comments that we have, or do we want to move to a motion? Anybody got a motion?
I just like to make one more other comment, and that is that if this was a homeowner and they had a specific idea in mind, I might feel a little bit different. But being that this is admittedly a spec job, I just think you can find plenty of people that'll buy a house with a big tree in the backyard that love trees. So that's another reason I think that we should preserve the tree. So I would make a motion to continue this item because I believe that we have enough votes to keep the tree, and the designer has agreed to flip the house or redesign it to accommodate saving the tree.
Can I ask a question of Ruben or Director Gardner? If it is as simple as flipping the plans, can we give them the push forward, or does that set us up for something poor?
Yeah, I mean, in the past, we have not done that as an approval. So we would want to bring it back. You could certainly consider to bring it back on the consent calendar. We'd want to make sure that even with the house flipped, that it complies with all zoning code standards, but also just to confirm that the design is still working appropriately. But certainly you can bring it back on the consent calendar if you feel comfortable.
So do we feel like we could make that motion?
Yeah, I would modify my motion to bring this back on the consent calendar.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Gall and second by Commissioner Say to bring this back onto the consent calendar with the notion that the house orientation would be flipped and that the tree would be preserved. Does that capture?
Good for me.
Okay. So with that, then can I get a vote?
Commissioner Gall.
Aye.
Commissioner Larios.
Aye.
Commissioner Say.
Aye.
Vice Chair Loftus.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt.
Aye. Motion carries 5002. An action by the Planning Commission is appeal. Oh,
You just continued this one, Mr. Chair, so we can.
I don't
do
need that
next
one,
time.
right? Because we're coming back. Got it. Okay. So then moving on. Sorry, next page. Moving on to item 8E, 22 Channing Road. If you're the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Okay, seeing none, let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear a staff report, please?
This is an application for design review for a first and second story addition to an existing single-family dwelling at 22 Channing Road, zoned R1. The proposed project has a total floor area of 2,773 square feet, where 2,943 square feet is the maximum allowed. This project came back for regular action on May 10th, where the commission voted to continue the project. The commission did direct the applicant to provide 3D renderings or materials board, study the entrance area, and consolidate exterior materials. The applicant has provided a response letter addressing the concerns that were brought up at the last action hearing. This concludes the staff report, and I can take any questions for staff.
Great, thank you. Any questions of staff at this point? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward, state your name, and anything else you would like to about your project?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Ginger Ferretto. Thank you for having me. I'm with Architecture Allure, and I'm a project manager, and this is one of my projects. We listened to what you suggested, and we did make some changes based on your comments and your recommendations, and also the recommendations of the design consultant. Sheet A12 is probably the best one to look at because it's showing more of what you wanted to see with colors, a simplified palette, we took away the extraneous horizontal wood siding. We refined the design with the single plaster material. We followed that light plaster color with a warm neutral toned palette, and we emphasized the entry. The entry was a comment that needed some work. We thickened the columns. There was a comment about recessed lighting or about the exterior lighting, and we actually in this we recessed the lighting so it wasn't quite as much of a focal point. And basically, the windows were also a question, and we refined the simplicity of those windows. We suggest wrapping the stucco, the plaster around the head and the jamb, and have a simple windowsill with no apron on it. And I feel like it benefited from coming back one more time, and it's now a more simple, more elegant design. Yeah, let me know.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Say.
Yes. Thank you so much for listening to us and making some of these changes. I just had a question about the area, the second floor over the garage. Is that actually an overhang? Is it cantilevering over, or is it a trim detail?
It is an overhang. It's less than a foot. It is so it steps forward very. I don't know if you can see it with the first and the second floors. It's a small overhang, very small.
So the plan did change a little bit. I couldn't see.
No, that is existing. The whole front. We didn't change the facade depths at the front of the house at all. That's existing.
Oh, okay. So I think your previous version showed that it was flush incorrectly then, I guess.
Maybe. And yeah, we might not have had that detail as apparent, but yes, it is a little bit different in the elevation of the facades.
Got it. Thank you.
Any others? Okay, I have a question about the garage door.
Sure.
Tell me a little bit about how the edge of the stucco then turns in, because I'm assuming the garage is the door's on the inside, and you're going to have 2-3 inches of reveal there.
Yes.
Can you tell me how that's not going to chip away?
There will be a small frame of wood, so the stucco will have something to end at. It will have something to die into. So you are going to see a small reveal all around that garage door, but it's not going to be much. It's really going to be similar to the windows, where you have the stucco returning into a frame, and then the door would be right behind that.
So I could totally see a slight curve, and then that trim only being 1/4 inch back from the face of stucco, and that being a nice detail.
I think it would be a nice detail. I hope it's a little more than 1/4 inch, so you can actually see the depth of the beautiful shadow line. But yeah, I think that it will have something to die into back there.
Okay, I would just say be careful. If you expose too much, then
yeah,
the kids
especially with cars.
they're gonna take the stucco off. And then I had a question on the vent over the entry door.
Sure.
It's right now it's looking a little flattish in the elevation. How are you seeing that detail working there?
We still imagined it to be, you're right, it does look a little flat. We imagined it to be deeper, closer to what the windows look like. It's not, it's more of a decoration. It's not something that, we're relying upon for our ventilation. So it's really to give that facade a little bit of relief. So yeah, I think the detail would be more like the windows.
I really like the window over the top of the living room there, and I think that looks really nice. And so when I saw this, I was like, oh, okay, that piece is a little flat. And if you kind of go with the same detailing and thought behind it, I think you'll create a nice added detail to that facade.
I agree.
So, okay, that's the end of my questions. I don't think we have any others. Okay, then moving on to the public. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item at this time? I don't see any raising hands. Ruben, any comments?
No public comments submitted.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so then I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, do we have any comments? Vice Chair Loftus. You're on mute, sir.
I think the project is much improved and it addressed all of the concerns that we brought forward at the last couple of meetings. And I move we approve the project with conditions in the staff report.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Loftus and a second by Commissioner Gall. Do we have any discussion? I would just like to add that I actually do think that the project got a lot better with the effort being put in by the applicant and working with the design consultant. I also would like to make a plug that elevation with the colors and the landscaping really helps to make it look a lot nicer and not, it helps us to envision what this is going to look like instead of the really flat 2D drawing that we started with. So thank you very much for that additional effort because it pays off. Okay, with that in mind, can we get a vote?
Commissioner Gall,
Aye.
Commissioner Larios,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Loftus,
Aye.
Chair Schmidt,
Aye. The motion passes 5002. An action by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of the Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $1,075, which includes noticing costs. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to item 8F, 220 Primrose Road. If you're the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Okay, seeing none, let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear a staff report, please?
Yes, this is an application for an amendment to the zoning code and downtown specific plan to allow service uses as either a permitted or conditional use on the ground floor in the Howard Mixed Use District. The application also includes a proposed health service use at 220 Primrose Road, zoned HMU. The site currently contains an existing one-story, 10,207 square foot building that was formerly occupied by Anthropology, a retail use. It has been vacant for approximately 3 years now. The proposal includes renovating the existing tenant space to use it as a dialysis center, and DaVita is the applicant. This is considered a health service use and is only allowed as a permitted use above the first floor in the HMU district currently. Health service uses are prohibited on the ground floor. The applicant is requesting an amendment to the zoning code and downtown specific plan to allow health service uses on the ground floor in the HMU district. And this would either be as a permitted or conditional use. This option is in the revised application, and it gives the Planning Commission the discretion to decide how they want to process such uses on the ground floor, either as a permitted or conditional use. The project at 220 Primrose Road would include a dialysis center providing two types of services. The left side of the space would provide 18 dialysis beds for on-site dialysis treatments. The right side of the space would provide 3 exam rooms and several support offices for the peritoneal dialysis, or referred to as the PD clinic. In the PD clinic, dialysis patients would be trained to self-administer dialysis at home, as well as be monitored here, receive lab work, and have physician visits. With regards to parking, there is no on-site parking on the subject property. The on-site dialysis can take 3 to 5 hours for each patient, and PD clinic patient appointments last approximately 1 hour. The applicant notes that approximately 40% of patients are dropped off at the site and then picked up after their treatment or appointment. Approximately 30% of patients drive themselves, and the remaining 30% of patients use a transportation company or service. The Planning Division previously determined that for uses located within the parking sector, the net increase calculation for parking should be based on the most intensive use that would otherwise be permitted. In this case, the highest intense use permitted are food establishments with a parking ratio of 1 to 200. Therefore, the health service use with a parking ratio of 1 to 250 would not require any additional on-site parking based on this determination. The applicant provided a map of the downtown parking lots that are near the subject property that shows all of the options for public parking available, both for employees and patients visiting the proposed site. In addition, the applicant worked with the Department of Public Works and would be converting 1 on-street metered parking space located directly in front of the subject property to a 24-foot long loading zone. With regards to design review, the proposed improvements add up to less than 50% of the facade, so the project is not subject to design review. On April 12th, the Commission held a study session to review the proposed amendments to the zoning code and downtown specific plan, as well as the proposed health service use. The applicant submitted a response letter dated May 5th and revised plans and materials packet to address the Commission's comments. The application that was originally considered included allowing health services as a permitted use on the ground floor. However, given the concerns expressed by the Commission at the study session, the applicant has revised their application and now are requesting consideration to allow health service uses on the ground floor as a conditional use. And they've submitted as a permitted or conditional use, but have also submitted a CUP application for the specific site. A summary of the concerns expressed by the Commission are found in your staff report on page 4, and the applicant's responses are also located there. Suggested findings for the amendment to the downtown specific plan and zoning are found on page 7 of the staff report. Suggested findings for a conditional use permit, if you decide to go that route, are found on page 8 of the staff report. And since this since the final decision will be made by the City Council, this evening, your action would be to make a recommendation to City Council on the proposed amendments, as well as the proposed use at 220 Primrose Road. Sorry for the long-winded explanation, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take those. And I can also see that the applicant is here for more specific questions.
Thank you, Ruben. Do we have any questions of staff at this time? Okay, then let's go ahead and move to the public hearing. Will the applicant please come forward and state your name and add anything that you would like about the project?
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you for that great presentation. This is Kirk Syme from Woodstock Development. We've been working with DaVita for a few months on this application. And thank you again, good evening to the entire Planning Commission. To reiterate our April at our April 12th meeting, I know a couple of you maybe weren't in attendance at that point. So we're going to, I think Ruben gave a great presentation, but we're going to reiterate a couple of things. We have in attendance with us also Becky Garland, who's the Regional Operations Director for DaVita, Deborah Chirado, who's also in operations with DaVita, and Don Kenyon, DaVita's architect from HKA Architects, to answer some questions, any questions you might have. So with that, I'd like to ask Becky if you're there. Yeah, so here's the
next slide.
If you can go to the next slide, please. So yeah, so Becky, if you could, you know, well, let me just remind everybody here again. I think Ruben did a great job, but the building is
next slide, please.
You can go to the next slide. The building is located on Primrose, adjacent to, you can see A1 Cleaners there. Adjacent to A1 Cleaners is the studio shop, the art gallery. And then on the south side, Citibank bank and parking lot. And as Ruben said, the building's been, you know, was formerly Anthropologie, entirely Anthropologie. It's about a little over 10,000 square feet, and it's been vacant for about 3 years. The building suits DaVita's needs perfectly, single story, single occupant, and the size again is the right size to serve the needs of the patient community. So anyway, with that, Becky, if you could
next slide, please.
Raise your hand. We'll go to the next slide, and Becky will answer the question.
This will be Don.
I'm sorry, Don is going to step forward first to answer question number 1 that came up on April 12th about show more interface at the front of the building with the public right away.
Thank you, Kirk. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for seeing us tonight. So yes, I'll go through these initial questions here, the comments that came up at the initial Planning Commission meeting, and what we've done in response. Looking at your list here, the one thing about interface with the building and the public right away, the items we chose to do to try to create that interface is add new precast concrete planters along the facade. You'll notice this in many storefronts along the area. And so we introduced some precast concrete planters that goes well with the building, you know, not just ones that would maybe be downtown, but more that in keeping with the building. In addition, we've added a blade sign to keep that interface kind of unique, works well with our signage for the building. In addition, we've introduced a pedestrian bench to keep that interface with the environment there. That pedestrian bench, along with the planters, is right near our entry at the little alcove. And in addition to that, the second question that came up is how are we addressing the rear exit? How it will remain open and not blocked? So we actually revised our plan a bit to illustrate an area of striped, we'll call it non-parking area. And we placed bollards there as well. So we can stop any vehicles from blocking the exit path, as well as the delivery door path. So those will remain open. So we placed those bollards. And the other thing that we've done is at the, I think that covers those 2 items. Let's see here.
Yeah, and then maybe Don, this is Kirk again. Maybe I can answer the third question there about a second means of egress required by fire and building, and verification of an easement. So we worked really hard with our neighbor who owns the Citibank building, and we now have a signed easement agreement, and it's fully executed and will be recorded this week. We thought maybe that maybe Becky could cover the 4th comment.
Sure, absolutely. So on average, we have 3 different shifts of patients. And so I wanted to clarify a little bit about what drop off and pick up like. So we have 3 shifts of patients on average. Those patients stay at the facility for about 3 to 5 hours for their treatment. 40% are dropped off by their family, in which case their family, after dropping them off, will likely benefit from the local stores in Burlingame. They might do some errands or chores while they wait for a few hours to pick up their loved one. About 30% are self-driven, and so they would be parking themselves nearby. And the remaining 30% are driven by a third-party company. And so with regards to the question about the 30% who are self-driven, those patients, we can provide those patients information about the local parking options on their first day of treatment. We can provide them a map so that they know what's available to them. And because they go to treatment 3 days a week, this will become second nature to them. You know, they'll know the parking situation quite well. They'll be very familiar with the options, and they'll plan accordingly. So it's not a retail situation where every single time everyone who's a visitor is new and doesn't know where to park. These patients will really have a good sense of that after their first treatment, and will form habits accordingly. What I also wanted to share is that on average, 4 to 5 patients will share the same treatment start time. So there are 3 different shifts of patients over the course of the day, and then within each shift, the patients are spaced out by 15 minutes. So each patient needs to be put on the machine by a patient care technician, and we will staff this clinic with 4 or 5 patient care technicians. So given that they can only put on 1 patient at a time, that means only 4 or 5 patients at maximum could share the same treatment time. And so if 30% of patients are self-driven, that means at any given time, maybe 2 patients are needing to park themselves before their treatment. And so we don't anticipate that you would get kind of a big stacking situation where people are being dropped off and are having difficulty parking at very specific points of time, because that truly is spread throughout the day. And because there's a bit of a diversity in terms of how patients are driven and arrive at the clinic, that also will help with the traffic patterns out front. And then also to mention, there will be a new yellow loading zone stall in the front of the building to help with that as well.
Yeah, the next slide, Ruben, if you don't mind.
And so this is just trying to be a bit of a visualization of what that looks like. So in red, you have, the times that patients will be arriving. So you'll see, 3 to 6 patients, let's say, arriving at any given time. Blue is when the patients are actually actively treating. And then that gray color is where the treatment is complete and the station is being turned over. And so as you see, there's kind of staggered starts over the course of an hour. And then there's a staggered turnover between shifts over the course of a few hours. And then at the end of the day, it again becomes kind of a staggered end to the end of the day. So you wouldn't anticipate, a long line of people out the door, coming in and wanting to park all at the same time, because their treatment start times are so staggered. Are there any questions about how that flow works?
Do we want to finish your presentation before we do questions, or you guys, or does that pretty much wrap it up?
That wraps it up.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Commissioner Larios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation and for explaining all the elements of this new business here in Burlingame. I just have a question about on kind of piggybacking on the traffic question. So what about vendors? How often do vendors typically visit a site like this to pick up, bio waste or to replenish, perishables like medical equipment, so forth and so on, repairs. So I'm wondering just like how often does that happen a week? And are those really big trucks, or are those like, just giant trucks? If you could probably enlighten me a little bit more about that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we do have regular deliveries of supplies, but Dawn, feel free to chime in here. I think all of that would be expected to go through the back entrance at the back of the building.
Yeah, it would. And generally what the team tries to do is have those delivery times, kind of hours that work well for the team. So they're not, during the day, they're assisting patients. So the time to take in deliveries would be early in the morning or later in the evening when it's not disruptive to the patient staff. And it would be brought in through the rear for the most part. Delivery truck size will vary. It depends on kind of the area they're in and how it gets delivered. Could be larger vehicles, UPS size type vehicles that would come in. If they needed to come out front, they could during possibly, during off hours, but the rear is going to be where our services for deliveries are at, and as well as the byways.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, my question really has to do with the location. I'm a little confused as to why you would want to go into a downtown site and have to jump through these hoops when I would think you could find something that was maybe closer to the hospital or over off of Rollins Road. I know that there's space for lease over there. It just seems like there's a lot of work to try to make this happen that could be so much easier at a different site, even within Burlingame.
So we did look at many sites, and it was a lot harder to find a site that fit our specifications than one would have expected, due to the size of the space that we need, due to we need it to be on the first floor because of the water system. Ideally, it all being on one floor rather than split across multiple floors. And then it's really important to have access to public transportation, to have access to parking, and to be, in this central location for our patients. And many patients and their families really like to go to centers that are in kind of retail areas because they drop their family members off and they then visit the local stores and do errands on their own. So we actually find difficulty in getting patients who want to go to, clinics that might be kind of in more warehouse areas or office parks, things like that. And we've seen that play out before, where that's just not something that patients prefer to do. They really like to get treated closer to these commercial settings that are more convenient for them in their lives. And especially being kind of right on El Camino Real, which is such a throughway there. I think that that's very important because these patients go 3 days a week for the rest of their lives. And so minimizing travel is really important for their kind of quality of life overall and convenience. Dawn, you can speak even more to the kind of survey efforts we've done.
Oh yeah, we have. And it just to Becky's point, it's unique. Our services are unique. Our patient, services are just, we do like to have environments like this where the entire day, patients, patient family members can use the services of the local community. It does serve it well for both parties, for of course the retail environment, but also our patient families.
Okay, and one other thing, I don't have any family members or any close relations that are on dialysis or have had the procedure done. So I went online just to kind of see what are the side effects. And it seems to me that most of the people, what it says from what I've read on the websites that I was at, it appears that most people, they finish their dialysis treatment and they're, some of the symptoms were dehydration and nausea. It doesn't seem like, they would come out of dialysis and go, oh, let's go down and, have lunch down on Burlingame Avenue. It just seems like more of a like an outpatient medical procedure, and then you're not going to feel great. You want to go home and lay down. Am I correct, or is that?
Yeah, I think that that's not an unrealistic description. I think you would expect patients to frequent the local shops before their treatment more so than they would after. And you'd expect their family members or whoever dropped them off to really frequent the shops. Some patients feel fine after their treatment, and they might, if it works out for their schedule, they might do some errands. But you're definitely correct. The treatment itself can be draining.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Say?
Yes, thank you. So you addressed the small handful of appointments that start at any one point in time and their potential parking needs. Does that also address the PD clinic side of the business?
That's a great question. So what I was really describing was the in-center side of the business, which is where you kind of get patients who are a bit more like the start times are more concentrated. For PD, we'd have a maximum of 3 rooms. So you could only see 3 patients at any one time. And those start times are more like regular office appointments, which could fluctuate throughout the day. So they wouldn't really stack up in the same way that you might be worried would happen in an in-center clinic. So they as well would be staggered and happen throughout the day. Currently, we'd given our current patient population, we'd probably only be using 2 of those rooms. So at any given time at maximum, we'd expect to really only have 2 PD patients in the clinic, but we have that 3rd room for flexibility.
Does that explain why there's, I count 18 waiting chair seats there? It just makes me feel like it's going to be a very crowded area in that waiting room.
Yeah, I think in part it's also patients come and they'll leave their bag on one chair to the left of them and the other bag on the chair to the right of them. They come with they might come with a blanket or something like that. So they do really take belongings with them, and then they spread out. So I wouldn't expect the room to really be full at any given time unless the clinic is running late for some reason. In which case they would show up in a staggered manner and then would be a little bit backed up in the waiting room, which is why we have the maximum number of chairs in case something like that were to happen. But that is certainly the exception and not the rule.
Okay.
Typically, these waiting rooms are not, fully used or at full capacity.
I mean, with such a nicely developed center here, I'm just imagining a lot of business, a lot of activity happening here. And so I'm concerned about the traffic flow, the parking needs, the concern about potential double parking on the street, even for a few minutes. And Primrose is already difficult sometimes to navigate, even when someone's just trying to park. And so I'm just worried about all that extra flow happening here where I may ordinarily expect that this might be in a situation where there'd be a parking lot in front of the building or near its main entrance. So that's where these questions are coming from. And then another question just about the bench. Less so about, I guess, the precast concrete planters, but when I look at the bench and you're trying to engage and interface with the front of the building and people using the front, I don't feel like the style of the bench that's been chosen, I mean, this is a purely aesthetic comment, it goes with the design of this building. We have this, perforated steel plates. We've got this concrete veneer, some very industrial materials that exist on the outside of this building. And just wondering if you'd put thought around something more custom built to, instead of, a bench you order from a catalog or something, but something that's actually works better with the existing design of the facade of this building, and even a longer bench potentially.
We could. I mean, I know, I understand your point about maybe customizing. That's something we can look into with the developer. Since we don't have a great deal of benches, a great deal of space, I think we can place something in there that can look really nice, that's in maybe a customized, or maybe just a different appearance that's more in keeping with the building a little bit more closely. So we would be open to that. Generally, this is creating that interface. Most of our patients would be, of course, coming in. They'll also use the bench. So we'd definitely be open to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also just to address your earlier question, Commissioner Say, about the drop-off. We worked really hard with Public Works on the drop-off. And that was one of the questions that came up on April 12th, and that has been addressed.
Okay, Commissioner Larios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two more questions for you. One is somewhat along the lines of Commissioner Say's question. In terms of, the facade of the building, as you know, it's very modern looking, very pleasing to the eye. But I'm wondering about the signage. I do see the plans call for blade signage, but will there also be signage on the building itself, or will it only be the blade signage? And what color is the logo? Like, is it just your standard logo when you Google your company online? Is it going to be lighted? Could you just give me a little bit more insight on the signage?
I can. And we definitely will have a secondary building signage in addition to the blade sign. A blade sign just adds a little bit more character and interactivity with the pedestrians. But we will want to have a sign. We have a typical branding that we'll use, and we work with a sign vendor that would work directly with the planning department for the signage package. So colors generally would be more of a deeper blue, would be the common. Of course, again, we'll work with the planning department on their package requirements with the signage.
Great, that gives me a little bit more ideas. Thank you. The second question I wanted to ask, and I asked this question before becoming a commissioner and as part of the public, but can you reiterate where the nearest facility like this one is? Is it in the I think you have one in San Mateo and in another city. So I just kind of wrap my head around, as far as providing this service here in the peninsula, where are you located exactly?
Yes, we are located about, I think about 10 minutes north and 10 minutes south. We're on El Camino Real. So one is in San Mateo and the other is farther north in Burlingame.
And which one is the one that is this a third facility, or is one of these other facilities moving to this facility?
The facility further south will be moving.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Laros, one other item too about the signage. We do anticipate we would have a lit sign for better interface. So that would be our first concept we'd like to have.
Okay, I have a couple questions. Can you tell me a little bit more about the experience of me standing right in front of the store and looking in the windows? I think we talked last time a little bit about, our desire to have a little bit more open interface. And so I'm kind of wondering, I don't know that I saw any comments on the windows saying block shaded, shades inside. So just kind of remind me of what your concept is of what's going to happen in those windows for me.
The concept is we would have roller shades that would have two different types of, it'd have the same material, but it'd be doubled up on the material on the bottom half of it. So it kind of protects a little bit of the patient identities, but still allows translucent light to come through. And you can still see in, especially when you're looking kind of through and up into the facility. And that would be on all the windows facing the front, the only windows in the building.
Okay, and that's true on that large window to the left too?
It would be.
Okay. Okay, that was Vice Chair Loftus.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we haven't gone down some rabbit hole that we had no business going down. It feels like to me that we're way off track here. I mean, this is a request for amendment to the zoning code and downtown specific plan to allow health services either as permitted or conditional use on the ground floor. And it includes a proposed health service, which is what we're talking about, but I don't see anything about design review. Tell me that we're not down some rabbit hole, because what am I supposed to render a judgment on here? The benches or the change to the downtown specific plan in the zoning code?
Right, so I think the focus of this application is the use itself. Since the project does not propose changes to more than 50% of the facade, it's not subject to design review. So I think part of the planters, for example, was in response to some of the commission's questions at the last meeting. However, it's not really the focus of this discussion this evening, since it does not trigger design review. You can certainly share your comments with the applicant, but if these planter boxes are permitted, outside of the right of way, then certainly they can move forward as proposed.
What is when one makes a motion here? What's the motion going to be? It's a motion to recommend to the city council that you do either health services permitted use or a conditional use, one of those two, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So this would be a recommendation, and we would ask that you decide on whether they should be allowed as permitted uses or conditional uses. I think at the last planning commission meeting, there was concern about allowing health service uses as permitted because they not all function the same. So some can be more intense than others. And the CUP allows you to review those uses and add conditions of approval that are appropriate to that use. So the recommendation would be to whether or not to allow them as a permitted or conditional. So I think the commission should be clear this evening to recommend to the council whether it should be a permitted or conditional use. And then related to that is this specific use. They have applied for an application for a conditional use permit if that's the direction that the commission wanted to go into.
Okay, so
just before you go, we are still in the public hearing phase. If you have questions of the applicant or the entourage, that would be appropriate at this spot. If you're ready to go into discussion, then let me close the public hearing and then we'll move into discussion.
Well, let me suggest that we quit asking questions that have no bearing on our judgment here tonight. Because it's getting late and we got a bunch of stuff left to do and we are way off track. We're talking about benches and, we're way off track, guys. So, I have no questions other than that one.
Okay, fair enough. So with that, let me then see if there's anybody from the public that wants to comment on this application. Now would be the time to raise your hand. Seeing, I see one. Arya? Now would be the appropriate time to unmute yourself and step forward. There you go.
Hi, how are you? My name is Arya Ascari. I live in Burlingame. And we actually frequent that area. We go to that Yogurtland and Pizza My Heart quite often, and the Safeway. And yeah, when I was actually quite shocked to hear that this was even a consideration to put a dialysis center on Primrose. Such a busy street. There is no parking, as people who live here know. So people who need to park close to the dialysis center, if they have issues with, walking or other health issues, they're going to be in a bind. I mean, obviously I'm not the expert in the field. But I will say that parking wise, I think it would be, not very favorable to the patients. And, having a big car, I don't know if they're planning on using up some of the current parking spaces. As we know, they're very limited in downtown Burlingame, but I don't see how a large, van or truck is going to drop, or where it would drop off the patients. And another, because we talked, and I've been listening to pretty much everything tonight about compatibility. As far as compatibility goes, as a resident, I would say that DaVita or any dialysis center does not, is not compatible with, Primrose and kind of the other businesses that are street level, on that street. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Seeing no further hands, I'm going to close the public comment. And I'm now going to open it up for discussion. So, Vice Chair Loftus.
Yeah, I'll just follow on from our earlier discussion on Broadway and the retail at the ground floor. I think that changes to the general plan and the downtown specific plan should allow for conditional use for health service as conditional use and not a permitted use. I think we want to maintain the flexibility to drive the outcomes that we want there, recognizing that every once in a while you've got a building that's vacant for 3 years and something needs to happen there. An empty building is not preferred. So I think it should be a conditional use personally.
So others? Commissioner Gall?
I'm having a hard time finding, finding the reasoning for a conditional use permit. In our goals and policies for the downtown specific plan and for the Burlingame general plan, we talk about promote more retail on Howard Avenue, striking and enhance retail use on side streets between Burlingame Avenue and Howard Avenue to create an expanded active retail area, enhance pedestrian activity, provide incentives for a vibrant and diverse mix of uses. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around a dialysis center in downtown Burlingame. It's a retail area. I get it that the building's been empty for 3 years, but again, same thing as I said on Broadway. I don't think we should have a knee-jerk reaction just to try to get someone in there. So I'm having a hard time with an application for a conditional use permit. It just seems to me that parking is going to be a huge issue. Like I say, what I can see about dialysis, patients aren't going to want to be walking around. You're not going to be able to park in front of the building. If you could find a place like in the Burlingame Plaza where there's plenty of parking and you had a big enough space, that would be ideal. There are plenty of medical sort of areas in town. I don't know. I'm having a hard time seeing this in downtown Burlingame.
Assistant City Attorney has his hand up, which means
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Yeah, just wanted to make sure we tailor the discussion to the way that different sort of avenues that can be approached tonight. And that's to make sure we are looking at two different questions here, one dependent a little bit on the other. But the commission has to look at whether first floor medical use is going to be an appropriate use here. And then whether or not, if that is a conditional use permit that you want to add to that, whether or not this use here would qualify for that conditional use. So I know it is hard to put the two together, but I mean, there are many different ways that the commission could go tonight. You could find that the conditional use permit for medical use office on this area is fine, but that this doesn't meet conditional use, that this doesn't meet the findings for the conditional use permit. So that is an option. There's also an option of course, stating that it's permitted use, and then that would take care of that a little bit. And then there's the third option of it's a conditional use and that this project meets that conditional use based off of the way the project's laid it out here. Maybe their parking plan is sufficient where another medical use somewhere down the line wouldn't have the same findings that you could make. So therefore that conditional use wouldn't apply. So it is a complicated thing. I just wanted to bring that up to make sure if there are any questions about that I can answer those. I also know it's 9:41 at night, so I might not be making much sense either, but I'm here to help answer any questions that you all have. But it is a strange one, and we're here to help you through it.
Okay, appreciate that. Commissioner Larios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm with Vice Chair Loftus on this. I think that this does meet, medical use, and I think it should be allowed under conditional use permit. It just makes sense for this kind of activity. I think it's appropriate.
Okay, well, I'm going to go the other way. I appreciate the service and the business that is being brought forward, and I appreciate the need that we would have in our community. I appreciate the programming needs that have been so eloquently explained to us, and how this site does fit those needs. However, this is a retail site in a retail district that we have a plan for. And I agree with Commissioner Gall that despite that maybe this space has sat empty for a little while and we are in a pandemic and not very many people have been building, what if one of our larger retailers or restaurateurs had approached us first? And there are people that are starting to come back and look at sites again. And our intention in our plan was to energize this side street as it connects between Howard and Burlingame Avenue. I appreciate Vice Chair Loftus, your comment of, well, what are some of these questions that we're asking about the front? But for me, what I'm not seeing is how then the design that we're talking about creates a compatible energy or engagement on that block that would fit with the other tenants and things across the street, much like, what was communicated by the public. So we have the option for second floor. I know that that's not as desirable for the applicant. And I can totally appreciate the programming needs that make that less desirable. But I also see us giving up a sizable location in a retail district that we feel should be retail to a use that we aren't really supporting there. And this does go back to our earlier discussion on Broadway in California for our mixed use areas and being deliberate about what it is we want to have happen in those areas so that they do regenerate and create that engagement and activity that we want in those special areas. So as much as I would love to have them as a business and a partner in our community, I'm not seeing this spot being the right one for us. And so I don't know that and with that, I'm not sure I would then say that I want to move forward in recommending that we change our zoning to this, because we have this exclusion for kind of a reason. And maybe this is that discussion that tests that reason. But that's kind of where I'm at with it. Commissioner Say.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to say ditto to 100% of everything Chair Schmidt just said. Put everything in a nutshell for me in terms of how I feel about this particular service and business in this location. I think we struggle enough as it is connecting Howard with Burlingame Avenue. And we need these arterials between these 3 or 4 streets that we have to connect these two business districts together. And to lose such a large site, I can see why this particular site is appealing to the applicant, because it's large. It's whatever, 10,000 square feet or whatever. It's large. And so it's befitting for, office spaces, many things, because of its pure size and its shape. It's a clean rectangle. And some of my questions earlier about, the bench and everything was trying to find a way to fit this service with the space and with the neighborhood and the parking needs and the parking limitations, and why I struggle with trying to make this a fit. I think also what's working diametrically against each other is that this building is screaming for attention with its finishes, its design, the extent of glass, which is perfect for retail, and look inside and see everything that we have to show you. But then all this glass will get covered up by shades and to of course provide privacy to the patients inside, and so that again is not a fit. Why a big glass building with lots of interesting exterior materials, then want to hide yourself in it. And so I agree with exactly what Chair Schmid said, and I'm not sure if I see that this is the right type of zoning for this particular site.
Thank you, Commissioner Say. Further comment? So we need to make a recommendation. For me, the recommendation is no change. I believe is what I'm saying. I'm not recommending that we change our zoning at this time. If somebody will second me, great. If we're not in agreement with me, then we need to develop a consensus of what we agree on.
I would second that motion, and I have a question, I guess, basically for the city attorney. But if we deny an amendment to the zoning code, then is the whole thing dead? Is that it?
So right now, Commissioner Gull, you're actually going to be making a recommendation to council for it. So on page 8 of the staff report, it kind of lays it out. You'll be making a recommendation if you continued with Chair Schmid's motion to deny or to recommend that the city council deny the amendment to the zoning code to allow health services uses on ground floors on properties located within the Howard Avenue mixed use district as either a permitted or a conditional use, and that you would recommend that they deny an amendment to the downtown specific plan pursuant to number 2 as well.
But if we were to, I guess my question is, if we were to just deny the amendment to the zoning code in number 1, is that it? Is that kind of kills it, right?
You wouldn't be denying it yourself, but if you made that recommendation, you mean, then there wouldn't be any need to act on the conditional use permit because you wouldn't be stating that a conditional use permit was acceptable.
Okay.
Does this continue to go to the city council regardless of our recommendation, and then they will only listen and decide whether they agree or disagree with us?
Yes.
So it's going somewhere. It's just, what is our opinion?
That is exactly right. Yeah. What is your recommendation to the city council for this service and the amendments to the zoning code and the downtown specific plan?
So with that, do we have a consensus one way or another?
So you have a motion and a second. I think the next step, if you have no further discussion, is to take a roll call vote.
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands.
Can we restate the motion again so that I know what I'm voting on?
Okay, so my motion is that we do not recommend changing the zoning code relative to health services for ground floor use in the Howard zone. Did I get it?
You got it, yeah. And recommend that they deny be an amendment to the downtown specific plan as well.
That's my motion.
My second stands.
Commissioner Larios.
Oh, I may have missed my opportunity. I was just going to chime in for discussion. You know, I just want to point out that, you know, as planning commissioners, all of you have vastly more years of experience than I do. But when I look at this, this particular recommendation, I think we have a fiduciary responsibility, not only as a planning commission, which reviews, you know, mostly architectural features, but in this case, I think, you know, the right thing to do for the city is to, you know, permit this kind of medical use, and to also do it under a conditional permit. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that. I hope that you would think it through one more time, but otherwise it looks like we have a motion on the floor. I won't be able to follow it though. I just have to say that.
No worries. Thank you, Commissioner Larios. I'd like to speak back to that though. In one respect, you would be thinking that we're putting a tenant into a space and activating a space again. But on a flip side, what we're doing is we're trading a different kind of tenant that then is not necessarily the same kind of tax generation and use that we have zoned that area for. So it changes it from something that is a high activation opportunity within the city to a much smaller activation. It's kind of the same reason that putting office on the ground floor isn't really always that good for us either, because it changes the use patterns and the way we spend money within the city. So like I said, I appreciate that this business has come to us. I would love to have them in Burlingame and be able to find a way to have them be here. I just want to find the right spot. And it feels that changing the zoning for this particular one, which then actually changes the zoning forever. Yes, they could leave and somebody might put a retail back in there at some point in time, but they might not ever. So we can't then come back in 5 years and say, okay, well, retail's back up and we need the space, you're out. We don't get to make that decision downstream once we've made this decision here. So for me, it's a much longer term decision and a change to way we use space and resources. But I do appreciate the comments. Vice Chair Loftus, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so I think the unfortunate thing is that, you know, we wouldn't be having this conversation had this project not come forward. But there are two questions here. One is this project a good project? And another question is, should we allow ground floor health services? Just like the question about should we allow ground floor offices? I think we ought to have more flexibility than we've got. And I might argue that this is not a good project at the same time. And so what I'm worried that we're doing is we're looking at this project and saying, yeah, not a great project, 10,000 square feet, should be retail. Yeah, that may be the case, but I could imagine another health services ground floor project that we might not say that about. And what we're doing is we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater here. And so it's a little bit unfortunate that it came about the way it did. Again, we wouldn't even be having this conversation had this project not come forward.
It's a very fair comment, Vice Chair Loftus. But then again, I don't know how we go forward at this point to then put parameters around what would be acceptable. I mean, I guess we can go forward and say conditional use application and that we would entertain that, but there aren't that many spaces that I can think of within the Howard and Burlingame retail districts that I would say I would want to do that unless it was a 2,000 square foot small thing You know, a larger thing like that has a much bigger, you know, the more square footage it is, the bigger the impact. And maybe that's the case here, is that this is a large impact project. If it were 2,000 square feet, we maybe wouldn't be having the same conversation because it wouldn't be as potentially deactivating to a space or a block. So that seems to me like a larger planning zoning discussion that I don't know that we solve here. And maybe that needs to maybe come back as part of our larger conversation that we've been having offline, or not offline, but our pre-meetings in discussing our zoning ordinance as a whole. And maybe within that, when we get to those areas, this becomes a larger conversation of how we come up with a way to make it, how we can live with it. Because I would hate to just say it's suddenly a conditional use possibility, but then no guidelines on how we're going to make a decision on why we would want that or not.
Mhm.
It would need some thinking, I think. Vice Chair Loftus.
Yeah, well, the problem is that's the question that's before us tonight. The question that came in front of us was, should we allow ground floor health as a permitted use or as a conditional use? That's the question that came in front of us. And so I'm sorry, but that's where we are. And, you know, we could just say, yes, as a conditional use and let city council figure it out. Or we can move forward with the motion and just say, no, forget it. So I'm done talking. Let's vote.
Okay.
Commissioner Gall,
Aye.
Commissioner Larios,
Nay.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Loftus,
Nay.
Chair Schmid.
Aye. Okay. We have 3202. The recommendation is to not make a change to the zoning at this, or not recommend a change to the zoning at this time to the city council.
That's correct, and that'll be scheduled for a city council meeting coming up in the near future.
Okay. Okay. Moving on to the next one. We are at here we go. 8G. Recommendation to City Council on proposed zoning code update regarding wireless facilities. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's me. It's going to be a little lengthier staff report, so I know it's late, but please bear with me. First of all, good evening. It's now 10 o'clock, so I apologize for keeping us here so late. But this next item has to do with the city's proposed update to our wireless ordinance, which is going to amend Chapter 25.77 of the BMC, which is our Wireless Communications Facilities Code. And it's proposed to add Chapter 12.11, which would govern wireless facilities in the public rights of way. The item also includes a resolution which would provide design and location standards for wireless facilities in the public rights of way and on public and private land, as well as standard permit conditions. At the end of the staff's presentation, we're going to ask that you review and provide your recommendations regarding the portion of the ordinance amending Chapter 25.77, as well as any comments you have on the draft resolution. You can certainly consider the other portions of the ordinance and provide comments, but no official recommendations necessary other than the portion amending the zoning code. To give a little more understanding of why staff is pursuing this change, I think it's helpful to understand the history of wireless laws in Burlingame, as well as the changing nature of wireless laws at the state and federal level. So going back in time, on February 6, 2012, the Burlingame City Council adopted Ordinance 1870-2012, which is the city's current wireless communications ordinance. This ordinance was designed to establish policy, standards, procedures related to the siting of wireless communication facilities in a fair, equitable, and rational manner. And while it was only passed 9 years ago, the laws surrounding wireless communication facilities have changed drastically due to the proliferation of those cellular devices over the past decade. The current state of the law still allows for local governments to be responsible for siting wireless facilities like we do now, but it also limits that government's ability to do so. The original federal law dating back to the mid-90s is 47 USC 332 sub C7, which requires, and these are kind of the important steadfast requirements of wireless. It requires actions of applications to be within a reasonable period of time, provides that local regulations and placement decisions may not prohibit or effectively prohibit provision of personal wireless services. It requires that denials must be in writing and supported by substantial evidence. It prohibits any consideration of radio frequency or commonly known as RF emissions in siting decisions, as long as they meet FCC or Federal Communications Commission standards. It doesn't allow unreasonable discrimination among the providers or commonly known as the carriers of equivalent services, and it provides for expedited appeals to court. While this law existed back when the city did their last update in 2012, a bunch of new laws came in as well at both the federal and state level. And those new laws place various restrictions on local permitting processes. I'm going to briefly touch on these updates as well, which are explained in more detail in the staff report at your convenience. The first of these is a ban on moratoria. So in 2018, the FCC adopted what has been referred to as the moratoria order, which means essentially that a city can't put a hold on accepting or processing applications to study or address potential issues that they might have. The other updates, the next updates there are many, are updates to the shot clocks and the enhanced remedies granted when those shot clocks are missed. And shot clocks are much like their counterparts in basketball and chess. They're put into place by the FCC to try to move applications in a more efficient and quick manner. And again, since we're doing a history lesson today, I'm going to give a quick history of those shot clocks too, because they're a major part of why our code needs to be updated. So please bear with me on this. Since 2009, the FCC has adopted a total of 5 shot clocks or timelines within which a city must act on applications for wireless facilities. The most recent shot clocks have focused on small wireless facilities and modifications to existing wireless facilities. So wireless facilities that have already been built and are currently being used. The 2009 shot clocks are something that the FCC obviously established in 2009, which was 2 shot clocks for local action on wireless facility applications, a 60-day shot clock for co-locations, which we can talk about later, and a 150-day shot clock for all other types of wireless applications. California then at the state level adopted AB 57 back in 2016, which created a deemed granted remedy for applicants if the local government fails to act on an application during the time period allowed by these 90 and 150-day shot clocks. Deemed approved essentially means that if we do not meet those ministerially, not ministerially, but by right, those applications have now been deemed approved, essentially. There's also eligible facility requests that have changed in the law, and that's in 2012. Congress adopted a law requiring that certain applications to modify or add existing wireless facilities must be approved at the local level. 2014, they further updated that, including that height and size criteria and a 60-day shot clock to process these eligible facility requests. So another very short shot clock. These are not business days in any of these shot clocks either. These are 60 calendar days. And a failure to act within that FCC shot clock period can result in, again, the application being deemed approved. Some more changes were made to small wireless facility shot clocks too. And that most recently was done in September 26, 2018, where the FCC adopted another order known as the Small Cell Order, which you may have heard back in the news a couple of years ago, which created new shorter 60 and 90-day shot clocks for small wireless facilities. It also interpreted existing shot clock regulations to require local public agencies to issue all relevant permits and authorizations in this time period. So if we look back, that's issuing all permits and authorizations within 60 to 90 days, calendar days, provided that a failure to act within the time frame would again constitute an effective prohibition and then would be deemed granted. So what does all that mean? That means that cities have an increasingly short amount of time to act on wireless applications from carriers, and our powers to regulate the activity depend on our processing these applications in a timely manner. If we don't meet the timelines, an application could be deemed approved by state or federal law. So the proposed ordinance before you today tries to ensure that we are going to be able to meet these timelines. Also want to talk a little bit about the limits on design standards because there has been a lot of back and forth at the state and federal level on a city's ability to control various aspects of design. However, the most recent law actually allows cities to put in their aesthetic regulations for small wireless facilities as long as they are reasonable, which means technically feasible, they're not impossible to do, and that they're published in advance. So what are we proposing here? What are we really talking about here? The draft ordinance would amend Chapter 25.77 of the zoning code, which again is under the purview of the Planning Commission as well, to remove regulations pertaining to wireless facilities in the public rights of way, which will now be covered by a new Title 12 of the Municipal Code, which is discussed below. The other amendments to Chapter 25.77 update terms and definitions and modifies the procedure to allow for a more streamlined review of applications that are subject to short shot clocks that we described above, which normally pertain to small cell facilities, co-locations, and eligible facility requests. So the big changes here are the community development director will be the reviewing authority for administrative use permit for wireless facilities, and any subsequent appeal of the director's decision would go to a hearing officer. Notices of the director's proposed approvals would be mailed to all property owners which lie within a radius of 300 feet of the proposed wireless communication facility. These notices would include a project description and site plan, a map depicting the location, a summary of the proposed approval, and the effective date of the proposed approval, and how to submit an appeal. Conditional use permits for other wireless facilities will continue to be required, and the Planning Commission would continue to hear those applications at notice public hearings, and appeals would go to the City Council like they do today. But again, that would be a much smaller subset of wireless applications than we have now. Additionally, the ordinance, and this is something to know, but not necessarily anything that you have to speak about as the Planning Commission, the draft ordinance would amend Title 12 of the Municipal Code to add Chapter 12.11 to regulate wireless facilities in the public rights of way. For all wireless facility in the public rights of way, the ordinance provides permit and review procedures as well as the operation and maintenance standards. This again is due to timing concerns with the FCC shot clocks, and it establishes an administrative process for taking action on the applications. In this instance, the Public Works Director would be the reviewing authority, and notices of the director's proposed approvals, like above, would be mailed to all property owners which lie within a 300-foot radius of the proposed project. And they would include, just like the other, a description of the site plan, a map, a summary of the approval, the effective date of the approval, and how to submit an appeal, which would be heard by a hearing officer. The other aspect of this update, and one that we certainly want the Commission's thoughts and a recommendation on, is the design and location resolution that will accompany the ordinance. I'm going to pass the baton over to Ruben in just a second to explain the proposed design and location standards, which again is something we definitely want to hear your thoughts on. But first, we want to make sure that I let the Commission know that we have Gail Karish, who's a partner at Best and Krieger and Burlingame's navigator through this complex update, available to answer any questions and hopefully correct anything that I got wrong here. With that being said, I will see if Ruben can give a brief overview of the resolution for design standards and location standards.
Sure, thanks, Scott. Yeah, and I'll be brief. So the design and location standards provides guidance for wireless facilities, number one, in the public right-of-way and utility easements, and number two, for facilities on private and public land. So public land could be things like city parks, city buildings, city-owned buildings. Within the right-of-way, there are general standards provided for all facilities, but also more specific standards for different types of facilities, like pole-mounted facilities, existing and proposed streetlight poles, and new poles that are proposed. They include a visual criteria, guidance on location within the right-of-way, and height and size standards for both antennas and the equipment that's mounted on the poles. Discouraged zones include installations on non-arterial or local streets within residential areas. We also wanted to point out specifically the proposed resolution for design standards prohibits installations within the right-of-way along Burlingame Avenue, within the Burlingame Avenue commercial area, and also Broadway within the Broadway commercial area. We felt that those areas should not have any antennas or equipment installed on streetlights or other poles that might be within those areas on those streets. Within the public and private land, the design standards include guidance on stealthing and concealment and requirements for rooftop and wall-mounted installations. These design standards are currently in our existing wireless ordinance, so there's not really any significant change there. With regards to the location standards, the ordinance follows our current ordinance, which requires placement of facilities with existing facilities. And in terms of the location preference order, it encourages placements first in non-residential areas, which are not within the Burlingame downtown districts. Then it would go to the Burlingame downtown districts, and then lastly within residential districts. This is kind of an overview. I didn't go through every detail in terms of the design standards, but that just gives you a sense. The idea here too is that these design standards are for the two separate areas, one on private land and one on public rights of way. So that's all I had there.
And with that, commissioners, we're available for questions. I know that's a lot and it's late at night, so we're here to help you through anything. But at the end of the day, we're going to be looking for a recommendation to City Council on first, the draft ordinance and whether you recommend approval or any changes. And second, to the draft resolution that Ruben just alluded to. Some points that I think would be very helpful is we did choose the Burlingame and Broadway district as areas that we wanted to prohibit. There are other streets or other commercial districts that perhaps other commissioners in their wisdom could pass along to, or maybe they felt that those weren't the two areas that were right, and there's no, of course, number or magic number, but we're more than happy to discuss any questions you have and look forward to your comments and ultimately your recommendation to council. And of course, Gail Karish is here to answer any questions that you have that are related more to the technical and specific aspects on it. And she is a subject matter expert, and we're very happy to have her here.
Great. Commissioners, do you have any questions at this point? Okay. Any questions for Gail? Okay. Well, Commissioner Say.
Yeah. Is there a body or a committee who is evaluating the design options that we can select from and keeping us abreast of design development, as it continues going forward?
So perhaps I can speak to that, and I don't know if Assistant City Attorney Scott wants to add on to that. What the resolution has in terms of design standards is it does set parameters in terms of the size of antenna, the size of the equipment, parameters where carriers can look at, and they would have to fit within those parameters. It talks about where equipment should be located on poles, how it should be located on poles. And what we would do is after after it goes to City Council for their review and adoption, we would come up with a pictorial example of what that means. I mean, what are we talking about here? We've had several installations already installed in Burlingame, those that the commission had approved and reviewed. I don't know if you've seen those around town yet. Maybe you haven't because they're so stealthy, but essentially they're the antenna. What we envision is the antenna goes on top of the pole. The equipment is then shrouded, so it's one big, or all of the equipment under one shrouding. And those, we've had 5 installed within the last 2 years already now. So we would include references to those photos, perhaps some other elevations showing the different types of facilities. And there are facilities for mounting on utility poles, for street lights, also monopoles, like if somebody just wanted to install a new pole within the right of way, that's something that perhaps we can show examples of. So the key thing to keep in mind too is that while in the past the Planning Commission has reviewed installations in the right of way, you would no longer be reviewing those. Those would all be done separately. That's taken out of the zoning code. You would only be reviewing installations on private or public land. And we would have examples to show carriers for those types of installations.
And one thing I did want to add, I think Planning Manager here and nailed it, but to your point, Commissioner Say, we are putting these design standard and location standards in a resolution because that's going to allow us to change it as the technology and as our wants and needs update as well. So we are capturing essentially what we need to update in the actual zoning update, but we're keeping this a little bit more flexible so we can evolve with the times, hopefully a little bit more easily.
Other questions? Okay. So then I think it's time to open it up to public hearing. This is where if we have anybody left in the public that wishes to speak on this topic, please raise your hand and come forward. I'm not seeing any hands. Ruben, do we have any?
There were no public comments submitted at the public comment at burlingame.org email. There was one received after that was submitted by Marshall Lee, and we provided that to the commission earlier in the day today.
Great, thank you. Okay, then we'll close the public hearing. And commissioners, do we have discussion? Well, I'd like to start in that I think that putting this together helps us not be reviewing every one of these pole installations and having guidelines and being able to do something that is largely administrative faster. I don't think we have that many choices, and I like the idea of the resolution in that it gives flexibility to change with technology because we know that that's going to change. So to sit there and tell them that you're going to fit it into this and it's going to work like that forever is not probably realistic. So I think that these guidelines speak to that. And so I think that I like where we're going with this. Commissioner Gall.
Yeah, I think that the ordinance and the resolution were very well written, and they were gone over very well by the city attorney and by Ruben. So I would make a recommendation of the city. I'd make a motion to make a recommendation to the city council to adopt the ordinance amending chapter 25.77 and adding chapter 12.11, as well as adopting the resolution providing design and location standards for wireless facilities in public rights of way and on public private land and standard permit conditions.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gall and a second by Vice Chair Loftus. Any discussion on that?
I just want to say that was the best motion I've ever heard.
At 10:20 p.m.
Well, come on, it's 12:20 here. So anyway, we have a motion. Let's have a vote.
All right,
Oh, we're not. Oh yeah, we're voting to recommend.
correct. Commissioner Gall,
Aye.
Commissioner Barrios,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Loftus,
Aye.
Chair Schmidt.
Aye. So the recommendation passes 5002. And we're ready to move on to item 9. Okay, we're on 9A, 2013 Easton Drive. I believe that we have Commissioner Gall is recused.
I will be recusing. Thank you.
Will the applicant, if you're the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you turn on your video at that time. Okay, were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, and do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? No. Let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear a staff report, please?
This is an application for design review and special permit for an attached garage for a new 2-story single-family dwelling with an attached garage at 2013 Easton Drive. This property is also zoned R1. The proposed new house and attached garage will have 4,357 square feet of floor area, where 4,860 square feet is the maximum allowed. A special permit is being requested for the proposed attached garage with 2 single wide garage doors. This application also includes a new detached accessory dwelling unit and received all required administrative approvals by staff. This concludes the staff report summary, and I can take any questions with staff.
Commissioners, do we have any questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, then I'm going to open up the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else that you'd like to add about your project?
Hi, yes, I'm Alicia Ader with DTA. I'm the senior project manager. Thank you guys for staying on so late. Just a few things to consider just for design review. Some of the existing neighborhood is an eclectic mix of styles. This project, we're considering a more French Mediterranean style that fits with the eclectic neighborhood. For why we're going for a special permit for an attached garage, we have an oddly shaped lot which is narrow in the front and then tapers as you go towards the back. Also by also the character of the neighborhood has a few attached garages as well across the street, and the adjacent neighbors both have attached garages. For the architectural style, mass and bulk, this style is residential and traditional. Massing originates from the first story plate, and the second floor bedrooms are tucked under a well-organized roof form. With the tapered lot, one of the things that we were trying to figure out why we couldn't get a driveway to the back is because of the existing palm tree that's there, and having that front entry to that attached garage is helpful for both us and the adjacent neighbor. And that's it. Bart, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, I just would echo, again, reiterate the neighbor. I've met with a neighbor next door that would be directly to the west, where the driveway side. And, you know, my conversation with him, he may be watching, he may want to comment, I don't know if he can. But the one thing that he really liked about what we're doing is getting rid of the driveway. Currently, the driveway goes down the entire side of his house. It's a 2-story. If you've been out there, you've seen that one wall, and their bedrooms are on that side. And at night, with the headlights going down that, it just illuminates all into their bedrooms. So they're happy that we can that we're trying to get rid of the driveway and put the parking in the front, so we don't have that intrusion into their privacy and waking them up and that kind of thing. So, but other than that, no comment.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, seeing no hands, then I'm going to move on to see if there's any members of the public who wish to comment on this project at this time. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none. Oh, yes. Arya. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself and come forward.
Hi, commissioners, and hi, Bart. I think we spoke a while back. We live in the house just east of the project and the adjacent house. And so we couldn't tell from the plans, but we do have a little concern about privacy. And the one thing we're considering is there are trees and foliage that pretty much provide a screen between our two properties, as well as a fence. So we were just wondering if either of those would be affected by the project. Oh, and then I don't know if this is the right forum for this question, but we have little kids who play in our backyard. So we're just wondering about any mitigation for like release of asbestos and lead paint and all that stuff. But I don't know if this is the right forum for that. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any other raised hands. Mr. Gall or Ms. Adder, is there anything that may be relative to the neighbor's concern that you wanted to respond to at this point?
In regards to his questions about the current trees and the existing fence, we're not touching them during construction. If anything, we're actually adding landscaping to that side of the property as well. So we're not taking away from his privacy. In regards to any asbestos or lead during the time of construction, all of that's going to be dealt with Bart and his crew appropriately. So there shouldn't be any problems with that either.
Okay, great. Okay, without any further questions, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Through the chair, sorry, we did get one public comment.
Okay.
You would go ahead and read that.
Yep.
Thank you.
I would like to be on record regarding my concern with the creek area, which is part of the 2013 property just beyond the concrete culvert. There is a downslope, then the creek, then the upslope of the property, and I am concerned with the maintenance of this area since it seems to be fenced off entirely and possibly not accessible to those who occupy the property and not aware of its existence. I just wanted to call attention to this section of the property, particularly when we have wet weather in the fall and winter, when branches or tree debris may rush downstream or clog up the works. We did have a bad rain situation a few years ago that caused some water damage to the fences and small bridge standing there. The owners, however, did build new fences and took down the small wooden bridge that crossed the stream, which was partly swept off the concrete banks. Thank you for allowing these comments. Signed, Martha Bayshore at 1234 Vancouver Avenue.
Okay, great. So then I'm going to close the public comment. And commissioners, do we have comments or discussion? Vice Chair Loftus.
Yeah, this is a really nice project, I think. You know, at first I was sort of put off by the two garage doors at the front that take up so much of the front facade, but you know, it's a very narrow lot, and there is a project just across the street that has double garage doors, and it's not sort of unlike this, and it works pretty well. I was a little worried at first when I saw the 10-foot ground floor plate height, but I see that the second floor is 8 feet. The plate height is 8 feet. And I think the project is, typically 10 feet is pretty tall for the ground floor, but this project is scaled pretty nicely. I think it feels somehow compact, and that has something to do with the gabled roof forms, I think, and how they engage the facade. So I think it's a really nice project, actually.
Okay. Other Commissioner Say.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I agree with exactly what Vice Chair Loftus just said. I too had the same thoughts initially about the tall plate height on the first floor, as well as the garage doors as the first element that you see. But it's a very nicely designed and crafted house. I think the proportions work very nicely together. I also appreciate that the house is set back very far, which also helps with the scale of the house and how it fits on the property. So I too see it, that it should move forward, and it's very beautifully designed.
Yeah, I think, it's actually, even though it's a narrow lot, it's a large lot. And I think you can handle the size of, this house. And I think that I can find for the garage being attached and up front, because I think it creates such a nice space in the back. I think that those patio areas and open areas in the back and the ADU in the back work really well and work well with the scale of the project as a whole. So I think it's definitely going to add a good value to that area. So I too would like to see it go forward. Commissioner Larios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Vice Chair Loftus. I too walked the neighborhood and noticed. I can also find that the blend of the mass and scale are suitable for the neighborhood because of the existing structures in the neighborhood. Just across the street, there's a building very similar to this one, and so I can also make that finding.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Say, revisit.
Oh, I just wanted to make a motion to bring this project back on the consent calendar and make a motion to accept the special permit for the attached garage.
I'll second that.
Great, we have a motion by Commissioner Say and a second by Commissioner Vice Chair Loftus. Do we have any discussion on the motion? No? Okay, let's vote.
Commissioner Larios,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Loftus,
Aye.
and Chair Schmidt.
Aye. So I believe that makes the motion carry 4012. And I do not have a statement I need to read.
Correct.
So congratulations. Thank you for a nice project. And thank you for staying up late with us. We have one last one to go. We have item 9B, 1114 Eastmore Road. Let's see. Will the applicant please come forward and raise your hand so that we may call on you when we're ready? And were any commissioners, oops. Yes. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? No. Okay, let the record show that all commissioners present have visited the project. Can we hear a staff report, please?
Yes, the applicant proposes to detach the existing attached garage, reconfigure the first story, and build a new second story at 1114 Eastmore Road, zoned R1. The proposed floor area is increasing from 2,301 square feet to 3,210 square feet, where the maximum allowed is 3,213 square feet. The applications required for this project include design review for the first and second story addition, a front setback variance for the first floor addition, 17-foot front setback proposed where 19 feet 3 inches is the average of the block. And also the front setback variance for the new proposed covered front porch, which is setback 15 feet 6 inches, where 19 feet 3 inches is the minimum required. The application also includes a site setback variance for the detached garage. Currently the garage is attached to the house. The modifications include eliminating one of the walls and rebuilding the walls so it becomes detached. So we have to look at this garage now as a detached garage in its current location. And what it requires, because it's forward of the rear 40% of the lot, it requires it to comply with side setback requirements. The side setback requirement is 5 feet, and the garage is situated 3 feet from the right side property line. And lastly, a conditional use permit for the location of the garage in that it's closer than 4 feet to the main structure. 1 feet 5 inches of separation is proposed. So that concludes my summary of the staff report. I can take any questions of staff if you have any.
Do we have any questions for staff? Ruben, I have a question. With the garage becoming detached, that changes the floor area calculations, does it not?
That's correct. So by detaching the garage, they get an extra up to 400 square feet. That's for the detached garage. Now this garage is not 400 square feet, so they don't get the full 400. They only get the size of the garage. So essentially what it does is by detaching it, it gives you a bonus for having a detached garage. If the garage were to remain attached, the maximum allowed square footage would be 2,971 square feet, and that would include the attached garage. So
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay. So then I'm going to open up the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward, state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project?
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Layla Laritas, and I'm here with our architect, San Bu. We really appreciate it. I know it's super late. Thank you so much. I just want to take a few minutes to introduce our project. And I'm born and raised here, lived here my whole life. Deep roots, my big fat Greek wedding style family all around. I don't know if you've seen the movie, but my husband and I moved into our home in 2009, 12 years ago. And since then we've had 3 kids. Our oldest is heading to BIS. And we essentially need more space for the kids as they grow, more space for family and friends, and for grandparents coming to visit from out of town. And so we love our neighborhood. We love our neighbors like family. We're super attached to our home, and we're very excited about our project. And just some highlights. Our lot, as you can see from the drawings, is unusual. It's a cone-shaped lot with a curve front. And so the reason we need a variance is because of the shape of the lot. And we want to extend our porch to make it more inviting. We spend a lot of time in front of our house. As you can see, all the grass is in the front. So our kids love to play football and soccer out there. They're at the park all the time. So we're on the porch a lot. And so we want to make it more inviting and warm and have more space there to hang out. We want to detach the garage because we want to create a nice little side lot so that we can stow the garbage cans and keep them off the curb and off the front of the house there. And also for fire safety, just to have that detachment from the house. And so, we're here for any questions. Thank you so much for your time. And, we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Okay. Sambi, did you want to add anything or?
Yeah, so we already, we would
Okay.
like to hear the property.
No problem. Okay, so commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? Vice Chair Loftus?
Yeah, I see that all the proposed new windows are vinyl windows. Are the existing windows vinyl windows? Is that that's why you're proposing to do vinyl windows?
A couple different reasons. That the existing windows are vinyl, so we'd like to match. Also, it's cost effective. Many houses in the neighborhood have vinyl windows, and they're the same, if not better performance than wood would be. And so we would like to do the Milgard vinyl.
Yeah, I asked the question because we typically don't approve vinyl windows except under certain circumstances. And I don't do residential architecture, so I don't know that particular window and whether that's one of the vinyl windows we do approve typically. So I'll leave that to my fellow commissioners. Okay, that was my question. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, same question on the windows. So it looks like all the windows are being replaced except for some in the garage, maybe? Is that correct?
No, so in the back of the house, there will be untouched. So I don't know if you can show the picture again or how I can explain it, but there's a part that juts out to the back that we're not touching. So there'll be windows there, and also
this couple window on the front is existing. So so if you see there's a like write down as existing. Yeah, so which means we don't want to change. And only on the facade area, we do setback for that area. And then because we touch the facade, and then we change it to be the new window.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Say.
Oh, yeah, just curious, is there a function to the attic level?
Yes. Yeah, we have the section for that. If you flip on the page 22nd, later 22, page 22, you will see there's the attic, and also the highest point would be 5 feet 5 inches.
Okay, and so it looks like it's for the water heater and the furnace.
Yes, correct. It's on page the sheet number A5.3.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Without any further questions, then I will open it up to the public. Is there anyone out in the public that wishes to speak on this item? Okay, not seeing any hands. Ruben, do we have any comments?
No comments submitted.
Okay, great. Then I will close the public hearing and open it up to commissioners' comments. Vice Chair Loftus.
Yeah, I count 4 windows along the front of Eastmore that are existing to be retained, and a lot of new vinyl windows put in to match those. It seems to me that changing out those 4 windows along Eastmore to match a better grade of window is something that would be desirable, frankly. And the one other question that I've got has to do with the long blank wall along the, I'm not sure which side of the house that is. Maybe it's the west side of the house. There's a wall that's got 2 windows in it. Is that must be what's behind there? That's closets, a guest bedroom. That's a whole lot of blank wall facing an adjacent neighbor. Typically, that's something that we push back on. So I think that wall should be looked at as well somehow.
Okay. Others? Commissioner Gall?
Yeah, again, on the windows, I don't see that many windows that are being saved. So I think that should be addressed as a replacement of all those windows with the more acceptable style of window, which is typically a wood window clad on the exterior. But I'm having a lot of trouble with the detached garage, as well as the design itself. The design appears to be very bulky and large because it has a lot of street frontage. It's an interesting house the way it was laid out initially because it works with the curve of the street. And I think that the design might be better served if it did that again and it echoed that. I understand the reasoning for the detached garage to try to gain more square footage, but in fact, what happens with that is then, a variance is created and a need for a CUP. But the neighborhood has a proliferation of attached garages, so this is sort of breaking that trend. So I'm not in favor, and I don't think I can support the detached garage. This project to me seems like a real classic, putting the square peg in the round hole. I think it should be scaled down a little bit. It looks like it's going to be massive in that neighborhood. I don't agree with the detached garage, and I don't know that I can support the project at this point.
Okay. I'll go. It's a very unique lot. I can appreciate what you're trying to accomplish in this project, and I can appreciate the need for the space. A lot of us have been there. What I'm struggling though with is compositionally the form is I'm struggling with it. The front door is facing one way. There's some dominant forms facing the other. It doesn't seem to have a very cohesive design to it. And when I look at the second floor addition over the right side of the entry door, kind of heading towards the garage, you're going to have a roof that's going to go up at an angle going upwards. So I don't feel a very good form here. And as a single story, I agree it kind of followed the street, and because it was smaller, it was fitting into the neighborhood. But I think once we add this much square footage to the lot, and I know that you're giving up a lot of your lot to that curved circle and having a setback there, I get that. But I think, unfortunately, it's making it for a very odd shape and very difficult to make a composition out of. And so I'm just not seeing a successful outcome here on this one. And I also agree, the large blank wall that's going all the way to the back, granted an somewhat existing condition that we're working with, but I wonder if we're trying too hard to save something that's not adding value to the long run of this house. So I don't know that I'm in support of this design. Others? Commissioner Larios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I second what Commissioner Gall said in regards to the bulk of and mass of the structure. I feel it doesn't follow the rhythm and flow of the current design, and I would very much like to see a design that does echo that. I also understand, it's a corner lot, and that's the initial intention with the initial design in place. But when you add that second floor, it just kind of looks odd. It's facing many ways, and just the form and the shape of it. I can't find that the architectural style and mass and bulk of the structure, fits.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Say?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I respect the challenges that this property has with its shape and its location. But I feel that what is being proposed in design is not cohesive. It's a bit blocky. I'm not sure. I don't understand the need for the tall attic, actually, simply for a couple of pieces of equipment. There could be a partial attic access to accommodate that and not require that extra height on the second story. With this location being really at the kind of the apex of where Eastmore and Westmore, I think, meet, it's a very visible site and may even accentuate the height of the building even more and look almost tower-like in its particular location. I'm not buying the detached garage and its need for CUP and variances and such, so that, you know, essentially was to try to gain the extra 400 square feet or some extra square feet in the FAR. And I don't like the 1 foot 5 inches, I think it is, between the garage and the house that barely allows one to squeeze by. There's just a number of compositional elements that are just not coming together here. And I think that it needs a fresh look or possibly even assistance from a design review consultant. Those are my thoughts.
So I would like to propose and make a motion that this be referred to design review. I think as we've seen with several projects recently that have gone through the design review process, the projects have come back faster and better with that additional help. And I would like it to make a motion that we recommend this to design review.
I'll second that motion.
Discussion on the motion? No? Okay.
I just like to make one comment, and that is that I get it. It's a tough lot, but we can't just say, okay, then we're going to get variances and CUPs. It requires good design work. It's a tough problem. It's not an easy solution. So there is a solution. I think it's probably going to mean scaling back the house, but I hate seeing that, oh, I have a smaller lot and so I need a variance. I really can't buy those kinds of arguments. So I think the house needs to be scaled down from what they're looking for. And it's just a constraint of the lot, and that's part of the design parameters. You just have to work that way. So
it is a smaller lot and then odd shaped at that. So it's definitely a challenge, but I don't think that right now we're meeting that challenge. So, okay. So with the motion by myself and seconded by Commissioner Say, let's vote.
Commissioner Gall,
aye.
Commissioner Larios,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Vice Chair Loftus,
Aye.
Chair Schmid.
Aye. Motion carries 5002. I don't need to read anything. And I'd like to just say to the applicant, this isn't as much about a denial as much as it is about an attempt to try and enhance the process for you. And so that you'll be able to come to a good solution and to be able to get where you want to go. So I appreciate you bringing your project forward to us. With that, that's the end of the nines. On to item 10, commissioners' reports, which I'm not seeing any. Moving on to item 11, director's report.
Sure, we'll get you out of here by 11 o'clock. We'll make this quick. We only have one FYI item, and that was a clarification to the landscape plan for the project at 1110 Bernal Ave. And I'm pretty sure it clarified that landscaping along that one edge there for you. But if you have any questions or would like to pull it off, let me know.
Okay, I'm not seeing any raised hands to want to pull that item. So
Thank you for that.
I think we're good. Is that all we got?
Okay, thank you all for a long evening. We got through a lot of meaty items, so I appreciate you hanging in there. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
I'd like to adjourn
Good night,
this
everybody.
meeting at 10:56.
All right, good night.
Thank
Night.
you.
Good night.